Sometimes the affirmation that changes your life is not the one that asks for more. It is the one that teaches you how to receive what is already trying to reach you. You may know how to give your time. You may know how to give your strength. You may know how to listen, help, carry, solve, protect, and stay strong for everyone around you. But when something good turns toward you, something inside may become unsure. A kind word reaches you, and you quickly brush it away. Someone offers help, and you say you are fine. Rest becomes available, and your mind begins searching for one more thing that must be done. This simple affirmation practice changes how you receive because it does not ask you to chase life. It gently teaches your heart that support is allowed to reach you. You do not need to become a different person tonight. You do not need to force yourself to believe anything that feels too far away. You only need to notice the part of you that has been standing with both hands full, trying to carry everything alone. Maybe you have spent so long being the dependable one that receiving now feels strange. Maybe being needed has felt safer than being cared for. Maybe you learned that love comes after effort, that rest comes after exhaustion, and that kindness must always be paid back. But you are not here to prove your value. You are here because some quiet part of you is ready to loosen its grip. Your hands do not have to hold every answer. Your shoulders do not have to carry every possible future. Your heart does not have to remain guarded simply because it has known disappointment before. You are safe in this moment. You are allowed to be supported. You are allowed to let one gentle thought reach you without pushing it away. Imagine your hands slowly changing from fists into an open bowl. You are not begging. You are not demanding. You are simply creating space. A bowl does not chase the rain. It remains open. And when the rain comes, it receives what it can hold. Tonight, you can become that open space, not for everything, not all at once, only for the next kind word, the next quiet breath, the next moment of comfort, the next small reminder that you do not have to create every good thing by yourself. Something in you may already be softening. Let it soften. You have carried enough for now. There is a reason receiving has not always felt easy for you. It may not be because you are ungrateful. It may not be because you do not want love, support, peace, or ease. Sometimes receiving feels difficult because your heart learned to protect itself before it learned how to rest. Maybe you were praised only when you worked hard. Maybe people noticed you when you were useful, quiet, helpful, or strong. Maybe your needs were treated like they were too much. You may have learned to become the person who asks for very little. You may have learned to solve your own problems before anyone could disappoint you. That way of living may have helped you through difficult times. You do not need to hate that part of yourself. It was trying to keep you safe. It learned that depending on someone could lead to pain. It learned that hope could be followed by disappointment. It learned that relaxing too soon could leave you unprepared. So even now, when something gentle appears, your body may remain ready for trouble. A compliment may make you uncomfortable. A peaceful day may make you wonder what will go wrong. An unexpected opportunity may feel exciting for a moment, and then fear may begin listing every reason you should not trust it. Someone may offer to help, yet accepting that help may make you feel weak, guilty, or responsible for returning more than you received. You may even feel uneasy when you do nothing. Your body rests, but your mind says you should be working. You sit down, but a voice inside tells you that you have not earned it. You receive something beautiful, but instead of enjoying it, you begin preparing for the day it might disappear. If this sounds familiar, there is nothing wrong with you. You have simply become skilled at surviving through effort. And now, a different skill is asking to grow. The skill of receiving. Receiving does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean waiting for someone else to build your life. It does not mean trusting every person, accepting every offer, or ignoring your inner wisdom. Receiving means allowing what is healthy to reach you. It means accepting a sincere compliment without arguing with it. It means letting someone carry one small part of the load when they offer with care. It means allowing rest to support your next step instead of treating rest like a reward that comes only after you have nothing left. It means noticing when life gives something back. You may be very good at seeing what is missing. Your mind may quickly notice the unanswered message, the unfinished task, the uncertain future, or the need that has not yet been met. That does not make you negative. It means your attention has been trained to search for danger and responsibility. Now you can gently train it to notice support too. The chair beneath you is holding your weight without asking for an explanation. The ground beneath the building is carrying more than you could ever carry. Your breath arrives without waiting for you to deserve it. A small sound in the room reminds you that the world continues without needing you to control every part of it. You are part of life, but you are not required to hold all of life together. Let that truth come close. You are not required to hold everything together. A part of you may question these words. It may say, "This sounds comforting, but is it really meant for me?" Yes. It is meant for the part of you that is tired of being strong in ways no one can see. It is meant for the part of you that smiles while carrying hidden pressure. It is meant for the part of you that gives love easily, but becomes quiet when love turns toward you. It is meant for the part of you that wants peace, but does not yet know how to stop preparing for pain. You are not here by accident. Something in you wanted to hear a softer possibility. You do not have to tear down every wall tonight. You do not have to open every locked place in your heart. You only need to make one small space where comfort can enter. Think about this gently. When was the last time you allowed yourself to receive without immediately planning how to repay it? When was the last time you let a kind word remain in your heart instead of sending it away? When was the last time you rested before reaching the point of exhaustion? You may quietly answer inside yourself. You may write your answer later or share it when you feel ready. There is no correct response. The question is not here to judge you. It is here to help you notice where your heart has been standing. Maybe you have been standing at the edge of your own life, handing everything outward. Your care goes outward. Your time goes outward. Your attention goes outward. Your patience goes outward. Tonight, some of that care can return. It does not have to arrive as a great event. It may arrive as a warmer thought, a softer jaw, a slower breath, a moment when you stop correcting yourself, a quiet decision to let the bed hold your weight. Small forms of receiving matter. A root beneath the earth does not feel ashamed for taking in water. It does not call itself selfish for receiving what keeps it alive. It remains where it is, hidden in the dark soil, and allows nourishment to travel toward it. You have roots too. There are parts of you that need care before they can grow. There are parts of you that need silence before they can speak clearly. There are parts of you that need to be held before they can become strong in a new way. You do not have to force those parts. You can meet them with patience. You can say, "It's okay." You do not have to protect me from every good thing. You can say, "We can receive slowly." You can say, "We can learn what safe support feels like." You are not trying to become careless. You are becoming available to what is kind, steady, and respectful. You are learning that strength is not only the power to carry. Strength is also the wisdom to know when something can carry you. Let this moment carry a little of your weight. You do not have to do anything with these words. Let them sit near you. Let them become familiar. Let your heart hear that it is allowed to receive at its own pace. I am learning to receive without fear. You do not need to master receiving in one night. Learning is enough. Willingness is enough. The smallest opening is enough. There may still be a part of you that becomes careful when something good comes close. It may ask questions. It may look for hidden danger. It may prepare for disappointment before joy has even had time to enter. You do not need to fight that part. You can let it know that you are moving slowly. You are not handing your trust to everyone. You are not ignoring what you have learned. You are simply allowing yourself to notice that not every kind moment is a warning. Not every offer carries a hidden cost. Not every peaceful hour is the beginning of loss. You are learning to receive without fear. You are learning to let goodness arrive before deciding how long it will stay. You are learning to experience this moment without making it answer for every moment that came before it. Fear may still speak, but it does not need to lead. Your heart can listen to fear and still choose a softer response. Your body can remember old pain and still discover a new feeling. You can be careful without being completely closed. You can be wise without refusing every form of support. You can protect your peace while allowing care to reach you. Receiving without fear does not mean fear never appears. It means fear no longer makes every decision. It means a kind word can enter before doubt pushes it away. It means a helpful hand can be considered before pride says no. It means you can notice comfort without asking what it will demand from you. You are learning. There is tenderness in those words. Learning gives you room. Learning does not ask you to be perfect. Learning lets you take one small step and rest there until it feels natural. Maybe tonight, the only thing you receive is the feeling of the surface beneath you. Let that count. Maybe the only thing you receive is one sentence that feels true. Let that count too. Maybe you receive the truth that you are tired. That is also a form of honesty. You do not need to turn this moment into a great change. A quiet shift can begin in a place no one else can see. A closed hand does not become open through force. The fingers loosen when they no longer feel they must hold on so tightly. Your heart can loosen in the same way. You are learning to receive without fear. You are learning to remain present when kindness finds you. You are learning that being cared for does not make you less capable. Something gentle can reach you, and you can remain fully yourself. I let kindness reach me. Kindness may have tried to reach you many times. It may have arrived through a person who listened without rushing you. It may have arrived through an unexpected message. It may have arrived through a quiet morning, a warm drink, a meal prepared with care, or a simple moment when someone remembered what mattered to you. But perhaps you did not know how to hold it. You may have smiled and moved on. You may have said, "It was nothing." You may have changed the subject. You may have told yourself that they were only being polite. You may have received a kind act while your mind searched for the reason behind it. Tonight, kindness does not need to prove itself before you feel it. You can let one kind thing be kind. You can let one warm word remain warm. You can let one caring action touch the part of you that has been doing so much alone. I let kindness reach me. I allow care to come closer. I do not have to turn every soft moment into a question. Kindness is not weakness. Receiving kindness does not make you dependent. It does not erase your strength. It does not mean you owe your whole self to the person who offered it. You can receive what is sincere and still keep your boundaries. You can say thank you without promising more than you wish to give. You can enjoy a gentle moment without building your future around it. Kindness can be a moment. It can be a small place of warmth in the day. It can reach you, do its quiet work, and leave your heart a little less tired. Imagine a soft cloth placed outside before dawn. It does not chase the mist. It does not ask the air to become heavy with water. It simply rests, and small drops gather across its surface. Kindness can gather that way. A few words, a small favor, a patient look, someone making space for you, a moment when you make space for yourself. You may have overlooked these things because they did not look dramatic. But your heart does not only live through dramatic change, it is also shaped by small moments that tell it. You do not have to be alone in everything. I let kindness reach me. I let it reach the places that expect criticism. I let it reach the places that feel forgotten. I let it reach the places that have been strong for too long. You are allowed to feel the warmth of what is good without explaining it away. You are allowed to keep the memory of being treated gently. You are allowed to let kindness become evidence that another way of living is possible. It is safe for me to accept support. Support can feel complicated when you have been disappointed before. You may have asked for help and received judgment. You may have depended on someone who was not dependable. You may have shared a need and later wished you had remained silent. Those moments may have taught you to do everything yourself. Your independence became protection. Your silence became protection. Your ability to manage alone became something you could trust. That strength deserves respect. It carried you through moments when you needed it. But support does not always look like surrendering control. Safe support respects your voice. Safe support does not make you smaller. Safe support does not use your need against you. Safe support does not demand access to every part of you. Safe support can help without taking over. It can stand beside you without deciding for you. It can make one part of the road easier while still allowing you to choose the direction. It is safe for me to accept support that respects me. It is safe for me to consider help without feeling ashamed. It is safe for me to receive what strengthens my life. You do not need to accept every offer. You can listen to your body. You can notice whether an offer feels calm or heavy. You can take time. You can ask questions. You can say yes to part of something and no to the rest. Receiving support is not the same as losing your freedom. You remain the keeper of your choices. You remain the one who knows what feels right. You remain allowed to change your mind. Perhaps support tonight means allowing these words to keep you company. Perhaps it means letting the room be quiet without filling the silence with worry. Perhaps it means placing one task down until tomorrow. Perhaps it means admitting that you cannot carry one problem alone. There is no shame in being human. A roof is held by more than one beam. A woven cloth is made from many threads. A song is carried by more than one note. Your life does not become weaker when support is added. It becomes more able to hold what matters. It is safe for me to accept support. I can receive care and remain strong. I can let another person help without giving away my power. I can allow life to meet me in practical, honest ways. Support may not always arrive exactly as you imagined. It may come through information, a useful idea, a needed boundary, a kind professional, a friend who listens, a moment of clarity, a new way of organizing something that has felt too heavy. Stay open to support that is respectful and real. You do not need to call every difficult event a lesson. You do not need to pretend everything happens for a beautiful reason. Some things hurt because they hurt. Some losses are simply painful. Receiving support does not require you to deny that. It allows you to say, "This is hard, and I do not have to face every part of it alone." There is strength in that sentence. There is honesty in it. There is room to breathe inside it. I can rest without earning it. Rest is not a prize placed at the end of perfect performance. It is not something you receive only when every task is complete. There will always be another message, another thought, another duty, and other small thing asking for your attention. If you wait until nothing remains, rest may never feel allowed. Your body does not ask whether you have been productive enough before it becomes tired. Your eyes do not ask whether the day was successful before they feel heavy. Your mind does not need a certificate proving that it worked hard enough. You are allowed to rest because you are alive. You are allowed to rest because carrying weight uses energy. You are allowed to rest before you become empty. I can rest without earning it. Rest supports me while I'm still worthy. Stillness does not reduce my value. You may have learned to feel useful through movement. When you are doing something, you know your place. When you are solving something, you know why you matter. But your worth does not disappear when your hands become still. You do not stop being meaningful when no one needs you for a moment. You do not become less lovable when you are not producing. Imagine a bird returning to its nest at the end of a long flight. It does not explain why its wings are tired. It does not feel guilty for folding them close. It does not call rest a failure. It settles, because settling is part of living. Your tiredness does not need a defense. Your need for quiet does not need permission from the whole world. You can let the bed carry you. You can let the pillow hold your head. You can let the night ask nothing from you. I can rest without earning it. I can stop before I am exhausted. I can listen when my body asks for less. Rest may feel uncomfortable at first. Your mind may search for problems. Your hands may want to reach for a task. You may feel the old pressure telling you that stopping is dangerous. You do not need to obey that pressure. You can notice it and remain where you are. You can say, I hear you, but I am safe enough to rest for this moment. You are not promising to avoid responsibility. You are allowing your energy to return. Rest is not the opposite of progress. It is part of progress. A field cannot remain in harvest forever. A voice cannot remain loud forever. A heart cannot remain open through endless effort without moments of quiet repair. You are allowed to have those moments. You are allowed to receive rest before life forces you to stop. I allow good moments to stay long enough to be felt. Sometimes a good moment arrives, but your mind leaves it quickly. A smile comes and you think about tomorrow. Relief comes and you remember the next problem. Something works out and you begin worrying about what could still go wrong. You may be present for pain because pain demands attention, while goodness passes through before you have time to notice it. This is not your fault. Your mind may have become trained to move toward what needs fixing, but now you can practice staying with what feels good for a few seconds longer. I allow good moments to stay long enough to be felt. I do not rush past what is gentle. I let comfort become a real part of my day. A good moment does not need to last forever to matter. It may be the warmth of water on your hands, the softness of clean fabric, the sound of rain far away, the feeling of completing one small task, the relief of knowing you do not need to answer everything tonight. You do not need to make these moments bigger than they are. You only need to let them be real. Feel how different it is to say this feels good without adding, but it will not last. Everything changes. You already know that. You do not need to remind yourself of loss while peace is present. You can allow the moment to give what it has. A cup of warmth does not promise to remain warm forever. Yet while it is warm, your hands can receive it. A peaceful hour does not promise a perfect life. Yet while peace is here, your body can learn its shape. A kind person does not need to guarantee the future before you can appreciate their kindness today. I allow good moments to stay long enough to be felt. I let peace touch me before my mind moves on. I receive what this moment can honestly give. There may be sadness beside the goodness. That is okay. You can feel more than one thing. You can miss someone and still notice a beautiful sky. You can be uncertain and still enjoy a quiet meal. You can have work to do and still feel the support of the chair beneath you. Receiving does not require you to deny difficulty. It allows goodness to exist beside difficulty. Your heart is wide enough for both. You do not need to choose between being honest about pain and open to comfort. You can say, this is hard, and this small thing is helping. You can say, I do not know what comes next, but I feel safe in this minute. You can say, I am tired, and I am grateful for this place to rest. Goodness does not need to erase pain to be worthy of your attention. Let it stay long enough to be felt. I receive appreciation without shrinking. When someone notices something good in you, you may become uncomfortable. You may look away. You may joke. You may explain why the compliment is not completely true. You may give credit to everyone except yourself. You may think accepting appreciation makes you proud. But receiving a sincere compliment is not arrogance. It is allowing another person's honest experience to reach you. I receive appreciation without shrinking. I can say thank you and let the kind words remain. I do not need to become smaller when someone sees something good in me. You have spent enough time studying your flaws. You have spent enough time noticing what you could have done better. You may have replayed mistakes long after everyone else moved on. You may have measured yourself against people whose full lives you could not see. You may have believed that being hard on yourself would keep you humble, careful, or motivated. But criticism is not the only path to growth. Appreciation can help you grow too. When someone says you were kind, you can let that remind you that kindness lives in you. When someone says you worked hard, and you can let your effort be seen. When someone says your presence helped them, you do not have to deny what they felt. You can receive appreciation without turning it into a test. You do not have to maintain perfection to deserve one sincere compliment. The compliment may be about one moment. Let that moment be enough. I receive appreciation without shrinking. I allow good words to find a home in me. I do not push away every reflection of my strength. Imagine your heart as a quiet shelf where kind words can rest. You do not have to display them. You do not have to prove them. You simply let them remain available for days when you forget what others have seen in you. A kind sentence may stay there. You helped me. You were brave. You made this easier. You have a gentle heart. You kept going. You do not need to repeat these words loudly. Let their meaning settle where old criticism has been too loud. Your value is not created by praise. You were worthy before anyone noticed, but appreciation can still be received. You do not need to reject water simply because your roots were already alive. You can accept what nourishes you. You can smile. You can say thank you. You can let the moment end without explaining yourself away. I welcome care without feeling in debt. Care is not always a contract. Sometimes someone helps because they want to help. Sometimes someone listens because your feelings matter to them. Sometimes someone brings something, offers time, remembers a detail, or asks how you are because care naturally moves through them. You may have learned that every gift has a hidden price. Perhaps in the past, kindness was later used to control you. Perhaps someone reminded you of everything they had done whenever you tried to say no. Perhaps help came with expectations that were never clearly spoken. It makes sense that you became careful. You are allowed to remain careful. But not every caring act is a debt. I welcome care without feeling in debt. I can receive kindness without giving away more than I choose. A healthy gift does not purchase access to me. Receiving does not mean you owe your time, your body, your attention, your agreement, or your future. You can appreciate someone and still say no. You can accept help and still have limits. You can receive a meal without handing over your peace. You can accept a ride without surrendering your choices. You can allow someone to listen without becoming responsible for all their needs. Healthy care leaves you free. It does not keep a secret list. It does not make your gratitude into a chain. It does not demand that you ignore discomfort. I welcome care that leaves my dignity whole. I receive what is freely given. I am allowed to notice when something carries pressure. This is an important part of receiving. Openness is not the absence of wisdom. A bowl can receive clean water and still be moved away from what would harm it. Your heart can remain soft without becoming available to everything. You can ask why. Ourself. Does this care feel respectful? Can I receive this without betraying myself? Is this person offering, or are they purchasing control? Your body may give you information. A safe offer may feel spacious. A harmful offer may make you feel rushed, guilty, or trapped. You are allowed to listen. You do not have to accept something simply because it is called help. You can receive only what supports your life. I welcome care without feeling in debt. I can be grateful and still be free. I can receive and still belong to myself. There is peace in knowing that your gratitude does not require self-abandonment. There is safety in knowing that you can accept a kind moment while keeping your inner door in your own hands. You are worthy even when you are not producing. This truth may touch a tender place. You may understand it with your mind while your body still doubts it. You may say, you believe everyone deserves rest and love, yet when it comes to you, the rules change. You may feel valuable when you are working. You may feel needed when you are solving something. You may feel secure when you are useful, but when there is nothing to do, you may not know where to place your worth. Listen gently. You are worthy even when you are not producing. Your value remains when your hands are still. Your life matters when no task is being completed. You were not born as a machine designed to prove its right to exist. You are a living person. You feel. You need. You become tired. You dream. You make mistakes. You begin again. You are more than the things you finish. You are more than the money you earn. You are more than the care you give. You are more than the problems you solve for others. If you could do nothing today, your humanity would remain. If you needed help, your dignity would remain. If you changed direction, your worth would remain. If someone misunderstood you, your worth would remain. Your value is not a light that switches off when productivity stops. It is quieter than that. It is deeper. It exists beneath performance. You are worthy even when you are not producing. You are enough while you rest. You matter before you prove anything. Think of the night sky. It does not become useless when the sun disappears. It does not rush to create daylight. It holds darkness, distance, silence, and stars. Its value is not measured by how much work it completes. You also have seasons that are not meant for visible achievement. Some seasons are for gathering strength. Some are for understanding what you truly want. Some are for letting an old identity fall away. Some are for resting long enough to hear your own thoughts. You do not need to call those seasons wasted. Invisible growth is still growth. Quiet survival is still meaningful. Resting after disappointment is not laziness. Taking time to feel is not failure. You are worthy even when the world cannot see what you are doing inside. You do not need to make your tiredness impressive. You do not need to turn your pain into a lesson before it deserves care. You can simply be human here. Your worth is not waiting at the end of this meditation. It is already present. These words are not creating it. They are helping you remember. I let my body soften around safety. Your body may hold tension before you notice it. Your jaw may remain tight. Your shoulders may stay slightly raised. Your stomach may brace. Your hands may remain ready to reach, fix, or protect. This does not mean your body is failing. It may be remembering times when being alert felt necessary. You do not need to command it to relax. You can offer safety and let softening happen in its own time. I let my body soften around safety. I give my body permission to stop preparing for this moment. I allow the support beneath me to carry more of my weight. Notice the surface touching you. You do not need to imagine anything. Simply notice where your body is already being held. Your back may be supported. Your legs may be supported. Your head may be supported. Even if there is discomfort, some part of you is being carried. Let your weight belong to gravity. You do not need to lift yourself away from the bed. You do not need to keep every muscle ready. Your body can receive support without understanding every word. It can learn through experience. A few calm minutes teach something. A night when you do not solve everything teaches something. A moment when you feel tension and do not criticize it teaches something. You can say, "Thank you for protecting me." You can rest a little now. Your body has worked hard. It has carried you through conversations, decisions, fears, losses, responsibilities, and long days when you kept going without knowing how. It deserves gentleness. I let my body soften around safety. My shoulders do not need to hold tomorrow. My hands can be empty for now. Your breath does not need to be deep or perfect. Let it arrive as it arrives. Let it leave as it leaves. You are not being tested. There is no correct rhythm. Your body is allowed to find its own way toward ease. You may notice one area that remains tense. Do not force it. Let it know it can stay exactly as it is. Sometimes the safest message is not "you must relax." It is, "You are allowed to relax when you are ready." Your body may soften when it no longer feels pressured to soften. Your heart may open when it no longer feels ordered to open. Receiving begins with respect. You respect your pace. You respect your limits. You respect the wisdom that helped you survive. And you offer that wisdom a new experience. This moment is not asking anything from you. This room is not asking you to perform. These words are not asking you to become someone else. You can simply receive the feeling of being spoken to with care. I can say yes to what nourishes me. You are allowed to choose what feeds your peace. You are allowed to move toward what leaves you feeling more honest, more steady, and more connected to yourself. Nourishment is not only food. A truthful conversation can nourish you. A clear boundary can nourish you. Quiet can nourish you. Music can nourish you. A supportive friendship can nourish you. Time away from noise can nourish you. Learning something useful can nourish you. Letting yourself laugh can nourish you. I can say yes to what nourishes me. I give space to what supports my inner peace. I choose what helps me remain connected to myself. You may have spent years saying yes to what drained you because you did not want to disappoint anyone. You may have confused being loving with always being available. You may have ignored your own needs until they became impossible to hear. But receiving also means receiving your own answer. When your heart says, I need quiet, you can listen. When your body says, this is too much, you can listen. When your inner voice says, this does not feel right, you can listen. Your no protects your ability to say a true yes. A yes that comes from fear is not nourishment. A yes that comes from guilt is not freely given. You are allowed to take time before agreeing. You are allowed to choose what is right for you. I can say yes to what nourishes me. I can move away from what repeatedly empties me. I do not need to apologize for protecting my peace. Nourishment may feel unfamiliar. You may be more used to urgency than steadiness. You may mistake intensity for love. You may mistake exhaustion for purpose. You may mistake being needed for being valued. A nourishing experience may feel quieter. It may not create a rush. It may feel simple, stable, and clear. Your body may not know how to trust that at first. Give it time. Healthy things do not always arrive with excitement. Sometimes they arrive with relief. Sometimes they feel like not having to guess, not having to chase, not having to explain your basic needs, not having to earn every moment of care. You are allowed to receive what is steady. You are allowed to let calm become familiar. I can receive and still keep my boundaries. Your openness belongs to you. You decide where it goes. You decide who receives access to your time, your thoughts, your home, your attention, and your heart. Receiving does not require you to remove every boundary. Healthy receiving grows inside clear boundaries. I can receive and still keep my boundaries. I can accept kindness without accepting disrespect. I can remain open without abandoning myself. Some people may not understand your boundaries. They may call your limits selfish because your old lack of limits was useful to them. They may become uncomfortable when you stop giving automatically. Their discomfort does not prove you are wrong. You are allowed to change the way you participate. You are allowed to become more honest. You are allowed to receive care without paying for it through silence. A boundary can be gentle. It can sound like, I cannot do that today. It can sound like, I need time to think. I fight. It can sound like, thank you for offering, but that does not feel right for me. It can sound like, I can help with this part, but not all of it. A boundary is not a wall against love. It is a shape that allows love to remain healthy. Water needs a riverbank to move with direction. A home needs walls to create shelter. Your life needs limits so your energy has somewhere safe to live. I can receive and still keep my boundaries. My openness does not belong to everyone. My kindness includes kindness toward me. There may be moments when receiving makes you feel exposed. When someone sees your need, you may fear they now hold power over you. A boundary reminds you that your need does not remove your voice. You can accept support and still speak. You can receive care and still disagree. You can let someone come closer and still notice how they treat what you share. Trust does not need to be given all at once. It can grow through repeated respect. You do not need to rush. Your heart can open one honest inch at a time. That is still openness. That is still receiving. I am open to help that respects me. Help should not make you feel small. It should not make you ashamed for needing it. It should not place the helper above you as though you are less capable or less wise. Respectful help sees your humanity. It listens. It asks. It does not assume. It knows your whole life from one difficult moment. I am open to help that respects me. I welcome support that honors my choices. I allow wise, caring help to become part of my life. You may need practical help. You may need emotional support. You may need information. You may need someone with training or experience. You may need rest while another person handles one part of a problem. Seeking support does not mean you fail. It means you recognize that human lives are connected. No one knows everything. No one carries everything alone forever. You are allowed to learn from another person. You are allowed to say, I do not know what to do next. You are allowed to ask a question. You are allowed to receive an answer without feeling embarrassed that you needed it. I am open to help that respects me. I can ask for support before I reach my limit. I deserve care that leaves my dignity untouched. Perhaps asking feels harder than giving. When you give, you control what is revealed. When you ask, someone sees the place where you need something. That can feel vulnerable. Let vulnerability remain small and honest. You do not have to reveal everything. You can ask for one clear thing. Can you listen for a few minutes? Can you help me understand this? Can you take care of this part? Can we speak tomorrow instead? A clear request creates space for a clear response. The other person may say yes, they may say no. Their answer does not define your worth. Asking is not a demand. It is an honest opening. You are allowed to make that opening. You are allowed to learn which people respond with respect. I allow ease to have a place in my life. Ease may feel suspicious when you have lived through constant pressure. You may believe that if something comes easily, it cannot be valuable. You may think struggle proves commitment. You may worry that relaxing will make you careless, but ease is not the same as avoiding effort. Ease can mean using your energy wisely. Ease can mean choosing the clear path instead of the most painful one. Ease can mean accepting a solution without creating a new problem around it. I allow ease to have a place in my life. I do not need to make everything difficult before I trust it. I welcome simple support where simple support is enough. Some things will still require patience and work. This affirmation does not promise a life without challenge. It gives you permission to stop adding unnecessary struggle. You do not need to criticize yourself while learning. You do not need to expect failure before beginning. You do not need to refuse help, so your success feels fully earned. You do not need to choose the longest road simply because the shorter road feels unfamiliar. Ease may look like planning before you become overwhelmed. It may look like saying no earlier. It may look like using a tool that saves time. It may look like accepting advice from someone you trust. It may look like resting before making an important choice. It may look like leaving a conversation that has become harmful. I allow ease to have a place in my life. I can work with care without living in constant strain. I let simple things be simple. Imagine carrying a heavy bag for so long that you forget you are holding it. When someone points to the floor beside you, you realize you can set it down. The bag still exists. The work inside it still matters. But your arms do not need to hold it every second. Ease is sometimes that simple. It is placing the weight somewhere safe. It is allowing your body to recover. It is remembering that responsibility does not require constant tension. You can care deeply without remaining tense all day. You can love someone without solving every problem for them. You can build something meaningful without punishing yourself during the process. Ease has a place in your life. You are allowed to create that place. I do not need to prepare for loss in every joyful moment. Joy may make you feel vulnerable. When something matters, the thought of losing it can appear. You may try to protect yourself by feeling less. You may hold happiness at a distance. You may tell yourself not to become too excited. You may believe that expecting loss will make loss easier if it comes. But preparing for pain does not always protect you. Sometimes it only takes today's joy away before anything has happened. I do not need to prepare for loss in every joyful moment. I can let happiness be present without demanding a guarantee. I allow myself to experience what is good today. This does not mean you believe nothing will ever change. It means you do not make change the only truth. Right now also matters. The person who is here now matters. The peace available now matters. The progress you have made matters. The small success deserves to be felt before your mind moves to the next fear. You do not have to ruin a good moment to prove that you understand life is uncertain. You already understand. You have survived change. You have known disappointment. You do not need to rehearse it while joy is sitting beside you. I do not need to prepare for loss in every joyful moment. I can be grateful without becoming afraid. I let today remain today. Imagine holding a small bird in your hands. You would not squeeze it tightly to make sure it never leaves. You would hold it carefully, feeling its warmth without closing your fingers around its wings. Joy needs that kind of space. You can hold it with care. You can appreciate it. You can let it breathe. You can let it be alive instead of turning it into something you must control. Your heart may still feel afraid. Tell it gently. We do not need to know how long this lasts to receive it now. That sentence may feel new. Let it remain close. You do not need forever before you allow yourself to feel today. I receive love without performing. Love should not require you to become a perfect version of yourself. You should not need to hide every difficult feeling. You should not need to remain useful every moment. You should not need to earn care through endless giving. I receive love without performing. I allow myself to be known without becoming a role. I do not have to work for every moment of tenderness. Perhaps you learn to read the room before noticing your own feelings. Perhaps you became funny so others would stay comfortable. Perhaps you became calm so no one would become upset. Perhaps you became helpful because being needed felt like the safest place. These qualities may be real parts of you, but they should not become a performance required for love. You are allowed to have quiet days. You are allowed to need reassurance. You are allowed to feel unsure. You are allowed to say, I do not have the energy for that. A healthy love does not disappear the moment you stop entertaining, helping, solving, or agreeing. I receive love without performing. I am lovable when I am quiet. I am worthy of care when I have nothing to offer but my honest presence. Receiving love may begin with the way you speak to yourself. When you make a mistake, can you remain on your own side? When you feel tired, Can you listen instead of insult? When you need more time, can you give it without calling yourself weak? Self-love is not pretending you enjoy every part of yourself. It is refusing to abandon yourself when you are struggling. It is saying, I am still here. It is offering the same patience you would offer someone you care about. You can receive love from your own words. You can become a safer place inside yourself. This does not replace support from others. It helps you recognize which support feels like love and which support asks you to disappear. Love does not require your disappearance. Love makes more room for your real voice. I trust myself to notice what is right for me. Receiving becomes safer when you trust your own awareness. You do not need to know everything. You do not need to predict every result. You only need to remain connected to yourself. I trust myself to notice what is right for me. I listen to the quiet information inside me. I give myself time to understand what I feel. Your inner knowing may not arrive as a dramatic answer. It may be a small sense of ease. It may be a hesitation that asks you to slow down. It may be the feeling that someone's words and actions do not match. It may be relief when you imagine saying no. It may be calm when you imagine moving forward. You can listen without rushing to explain. Not every feeling is a command. Fear can speak loudly even when you are safe. Hope can speak loudly when you need more information. Trusting yourself does not mean obeying the first emotion. It means staying present long enough to understand what the emotion may be telling you. I trust myself to notice what is right for me. I can receive without turning off my wisdom. My heart and my judgment can work together. You are allowed to ask for time. Urgency is not always truth. A healthy opportunity can often survive a thoughtful question. A respectful person can often accept that you need space. You do not need to decide your whole future in one emotional moment. Receiving can be slow. Trust can be slow. Your answer can become clear through small observations. How do you feel after being with this person? Do their actions create steadiness or confusion? Does this opportunity support your values? Does this offer require you to ignore an important limit? You are not searching for perfect certainty. You are listening for honest direction. You have learned more than you realize. You have survived choices that taught you. You have become clearer through experience. You can trust yourself to notice. I make room for quiet opportunities. Not every opportunity arrives with noise. Some begin as a small idea, a conversation, a name you write down, a skill you feel curious about, a simple invitation that does not look important at first. If your mind expects every good thing to arrive as a dramatic sign, you may overlook what is quiet. I make room for quiet opportunities. I notice small openings without forcing them to become promises. I allow useful possibilities to unfold at a natural pace. A quiet opportunity may not change your life overnight. It may simply make the next step clearer. It may connect you with one person. It may teach you one thing. It may show you what you no longer want. That is still valuable. Receiving opportunities does not mean believing every idea will succeed. It means giving honest attention to what feels worth exploring. You can stay grounded. You can gather information. You can take one step without promising 10 more. I make room for quiet opportunities. I do not need a guarantee before I become curious. I let possibility exist beside wisdom. Perhaps you have closed doors before anything could enter because hope felt dangerous. You may have said no before learning more. You may have decided you were not ready because readiness felt safer than risk. You do not need to judge those choices. You can choose differently now. You can say, I will look. You can say, I will consider. You can say, I will take one small step and see what I learn. An opportunity is not a command. You remain free. You can explore and still change direction. You can receive information without giving immediate agreement. You can let the future reveal itself through movement rather than fear. Quiet opportunities may already be near. You do not need to search anxiously. You only need enough space to notice. I let today give something back to me. You have already given something to this day. You gave time. You gave thought. You gave effort. You gave attention. You may have given patience when you were tired. You may have given care when your own heart needed care. Now let the day give something back. I let today give something back to me. I receive one moment of comfort from this day. I allow this day to leave something gentle in my hands. Perhaps the day can give you a lesson, but it does not always need to. Perhaps it can simply give you rest. Perhaps it can give you the feeling of clean sheets, the silence after noise, the taste of water, a message you do not need to answer tonight, a small task completed, a difficult moment that has already passed. You do not need to search for something impressive. Let today offer what is available. There may have been pain in this day. Receiving something gentle does not erase that. You can say, this day was hard, and I am still allowed to receive comfort from its ending. The ending itself may be the gift. You made it here. You are no longer inside every difficult minute that occurred. Some moments are already behind you. Let the space between then and now support you. I let today give something back to me. I do not leave every day empty-handed. I notice one thing that supported me. Maybe the support came from you. Maybe you made a choice that protected your peace. Maybe you stopped yourself from sending the message. Maybe you completed something you had been avoiding. Maybe you asked for help. Maybe you rested for 5 minutes. Let your own care count. You have been supporting yourself in ways you may not notice. The meal you chose, the water you drank, the boundary you kept, the moment you stayed quiet instead of speaking from anger, the time you walked away from what was hurting you. You are part of the support you receive. Let that truth become warm inside you. I am supported in ways I can see and ways I am learning to notice. Support is not always dramatic. Some support is so constant that you stop seeing it. The floor, the bed, the roof, the water, the knowledge you have gained, the strength created by choices you once thought you could not make. I am supported in ways I can see and ways I am learning to notice. I allow my attention to include what is helping. I notice support without denying what is still difficult. This is not a demand to feel grateful for pain. It is not a request to pretend you have everything you need. You may still need more support. You may still be waiting for an answer. You may still be carrying something heavy. Both truths can exist. Something can be missing, and something can still be holding you. You can need help and recognize the help already present. You can want change and appreciate one stable thing. I am supported in ways I can see and ways I am learning to notice. I let visible support become real to me. I remain open to respectful support I have not yet found. There may be skills inside you that were built through experience. There may be people who would help if they knew what you needed. There may be places, resources, communities, or professionals you have not yet considered. You do not need to imagine that support will appear by magic. You can remain open while taking practical steps. You can search. You can ask. You can learn. You can make a plan. Receiving and action can exist together. You are not waiting helplessly. You are moving without believing you must create every answer alone. That is a different kind of strength. A tree stands through its own structure, yet it is also held by soil, water, air, and sunlight. Its strength is real. Its support is also real. Your strength does not become smaller when you notice what supports it. You are becoming comfortable with being cared for. Comfort may not arrive immediately. Care may still make you emotional. You may not know what to say when someone treats you gently. You may feel an urge to change the subject or give something back at once. That is okay. You are becoming comfortable with being cared for. I allow care to feel less unfamiliar. I let gentle treatment become part of what I expect. You may have expected criticism because criticism was common. You may have expected distance because people became unavailable. You may have expected yourself to manage alone. Expectations can change through experience. Each safe interaction teaches you something. Each boundary that is respected teaches you something. Each person who listens without using your truth against you teaches you something. Each time you care for yourself instead of attacking yourself teaches you something. You are becoming comfortable with being cared for. You do not need to distrust every soft voice. You do not need to feel guilty when your needs matter. Care can arrive without making you weak. You may cry when you are treated well. Sometimes tears come because the body recognizes what it needed for a long time. You do not have to explain those tears. You can let them be part of receiving. You may feel sadness for the years when you accepted less. You may remember moments when you needed help and no one noticed. Let those feelings have dignity. Receiving care now does not erase what was missing then, but it can offer your heart a new experience. It can say, "This is possible too." It can show you that gentleness is not imaginary. You are becoming comfortable with being cared for. You are learning that your needs do not make you a burden. You are learning that love can include you, not only what you provide. My heart can open at its own pace. There is no deadline for openness. You do not need to be completely trusting by the end of these words. You do not need to feel peaceful in every part of your body. Your heart has its own timing. My heart can open at its own pace. I do not force tenderness. I allow trust to grow through what is real. A flower does not open because someone pulls at its petals. It opens when the conditions around it support opening. Your heart also needs conditions: respect, time, consistency, honesty, safety. You are allowed to wait for those things. You are allowed to notice whether someone's care continues after the first warm moment. You are allowed to let trust develop through actions. My heart can open at its own pace. I honor the part of me that remains careful. I make room for softness without demanding it. Perhaps one part of you feels ready while another part is afraid. Both can be present. You do not need to choose one and silence the other. You can say, "I want to receive, and I am still learning what feels safe." That is honest. Honesty creates more safety than forcing yourself into belief. Your heart may open first toward yourself. You may begin by speaking more gently, by listening to your tiredness, by keeping one promise you made to yourself, by leaving one harmful pattern, by letting your own no matter. These acts teach your heart that you can be trusted. Then receiving from others may become clearer. You may recognize care because you have begun giving care to yourself. Your heart is not late. It is not difficult. It is not broken. It learned caution for a reason. Now it can learn choice. It can choose where to soften. It can choose who comes close. It can choose how much to reveal. It can open at its own pace. I can receive without losing myself. This may be one of the deepest fears beneath receiving. You may worry that accepting love will make you change who you are. You may fear that receiving help will create control. You may fear that opening your heart will make you disappear inside another person's needs. But receiving does not require you to leave yourself behind. I can receive without losing myself. I remain connected to my truth while care reaches me. I can be loved and still belong to myself. Your voice remains yours. Your values remain yours. Your time remains yours. Your body remains yours. Your future remains yours. Love does not need ownership to be real. Support does not need control to be useful. Connection does not require self-abandonment. You can stand beside someone without stepping away from yourself. I can receive without losing myself. I can accept what is good and release what is not. I remain present inside my own life. Maybe in the past you changed yourself to keep peace. You became quieter. You asked for less. You ignored discomfort. You shaped your needs around what another person was willing to give. You do not need to shame the person you were. That version of you was trying to protect connection. Now you can protect connection and yourself. You can speak. You can ask. You can disagree. You can leave when respect is repeatedly absent. You can receive love that does not require your silence. You can receive help that does not require your obedience. You can receive joy without handing over your judgment. There is a steady place inside you that remains yours. Return to it. It may feel like a simple knowing, a quiet sentence. This is right for me. This is not right for me. I need more time. I feel safe here. I do not feel safe here. You are allowed to listen. Receiving does not remove your inner compass. It gives you more experience through which your compass becomes clear. I can receive without losing myself. I can remain open and rooted. I can let care come close while my feet remain beneath me. I allow myself to be met. You have spent much of your life moving toward others. You notice their moods. You adjust your words. You remember what they need. You may enter a room and immediately sense where your help is required. But you are also allowed to be met. I allow myself to be met. I let another person make some of the journey toward me. I do not carry every relationship alone. Being met means someone asks about your experience and listens to the answer. It means effort moves in both directions. It means you do not always begin the conversation, repair the distance, create the plan, or keep the connection alive. You may have called one-sided effort love because it was the kind of love you knew. But mutual care feels different. It gives back. It notices. It responds. It does not leave you guessing all the time. I allow myself to be met. I do not chase every connection that becomes distant. I let actions show me where care is present. This may feel painful. When you stop carrying a relationship, you may discover how little the other person was carrying. That truth can hurt, but it also creates freedom. You no longer need to call your exhaustion devotion. You no longer need to turn absence into potential. You no longer need to work harder every time someone gives less. You are allowed to receive effort. You are allowed to be remembered. You are allowed to be considered. You are allowed to feel that your presence matters. This does not mean, and every person will meet you perfectly. People are human. They become tired. They misunderstand. They make mistakes. Mutual care is not perfection. It is the willingness to return, listen, repair, and participate. You deserve relationships where your heart is not the only one doing the work. I allow myself to be met. I let care travel toward me. I make room for people who know how to stand beside me. I receive peace without searching for the next problem. Peace may arrive quietly. You may not recognize it at first. There may be no excitement, no dramatic sign, only the absence of pressure. A room where you feel safe, an hour without urgency, a conversation where you do not need to defend yourself. I receive peace without searching for the next problem. I let calm be calm. I do not interrupt every peaceful moment with fear. Your mind may scan the horizon. It may ask what you forgot. It may remember an old worry. It may create a future problem because the present feels too quiet. This is a learned habit. You can notice it without following it. You can say, "There is nothing I need to solve in this minute. Perhaps another problem will need attention later." Later can remain later. Right now, peace is present. I receive peace without searching for the next problem. I let my body learn that calm is not a trap. I stay with this gentle moment. If calm feels empty, place your attention on something simple. The air touching your skin, the weight of your hands, the sound closest to you, the steady support beneath your body. Peace does not need to be exciting. It only needs to be safe enough for you to remain. You may have lived so long in emotional noise that silence feels unfamiliar. Give silence time. Let it become a room where you can hear yourself. Let it become a place where your body stops waiting for the next demand. You do not need to fill every space. Peace can hold you. I allow my needs to be visible to me. Before other people can understand your needs, you may need to notice them yourself. You may have become skilled at ignoring hunger, tiredness, sadness, loneliness, or overwhelm. You may notice your needs only after they become urgent. But needs can speak quietly. I allow my needs to be visible to me. I listen before my body must shout. I treat my needs as information, not as failure. A need is not a weakness, it is a message. You need water because you are alive. You need rest because your energy has limits. You need connection because you are human. You need space because your mind requires room. You may need guidance because no one knows everything. You may need comfort because something hurt. None of these truths make you too much. I allow my needs to be visible to me. I do not shame myself for requiring care. I notice what would support me now. Perhaps you do not know what you need. That is okay. Begin with what you feel. Tired, crowded, lonely, unclear, overwhelmed, restless. You do not need a perfect answer. Naming the feeling creates a small space. From that space, a need may become clearer. You may need less noise, more sleep, a truthful conversation, a meal, a plan, a boundary, professional support. Time. You are allowed to discover your needs slowly. You are allowed to change your mind. A need that was present yesterday may be different today. Listening to yourself is not selfish. It helps you show up more honestly. It prevents hidden resentment from growing beneath constant giving. Your needs deserve a place in your own awareness. You do not need to wait for someone else to notice them first. I let comfort reach the places I usually hide. There may be parts of you that appear strong because they learned not to be seen. The part that feels lonely, the part that is afraid of being forgotten, the part that wants someone to say, "You do not have to handle this alone." You may hide those parts even from yourself. Tonight, they do not need to perform strength. I let comfort reach the places I usually hide. I offer gentleness to the feelings I rarely name. I do not reject myself for needing warmth. Comfort does not need to solve everything. It may simply sit beside what hurts. It may say, "This mattered." It may say, "You deserved better." It may say, "You are allowed to feel this." You do not need to turn pain into gratitude before it receives care. You do not need to rush toward forgiveness. You do not need to explain why someone hurt you. Comfort can arrive without a lesson. It can be a blanket around a tired truth. I let comfort reach the places I usually hide. I remain with myself when difficult feelings rise. I do not leave my own heart alone. You may have survived by becoming distant from your emotions. You did what you needed to do. Now you can return slowly. You can notice one feeling without entering every memory. You can place a hand near your heart if that feels natural, or simply let your attention rest there. You do not need to say anything. Let the hidden place know it has been noticed. Sometimes being seen begins inside. You see yourself. You stop turning away. You say, I know you are here. That can be enough for this moment. I let tomorrow remain unfinished tonight. Your mind may believe it must prepare for everything before sleep. It may rehearse conversations, build plans, search for answers, imagine outcomes. But tomorrow cannot be completed tonight. I let tomorrow remain unfinished tonight. I release the need to solve what has not arrived. I allow this day to end before the next one begins. Some answers become clearer after rest. Some problems require information you do not have yet. Some conversations cannot happen until another person is present. Thinking longer does not always create control. Sometimes it only keeps your body inside a problem that is not happening now. You are allowed to set the question down. You can return to it when morning gives you more strength. I let tomorrow remain unfinished tonight. I do not carry the whole future into this bed. I receive the quiet boundary between today and tomorrow. Night is a natural boundary. It tells the world that not everything must continue. Shops close, roads become quieter, birds settle, bodies ask for stillness. You are part of that rhythm. You do not need to remain mentally awake for every possibility. Let tomorrow wait outside this moment. It will come at its own pace. When it comes, you will meet it with whatever strength, information, and support are available then. You do not need to meet it now. Tonight has its own purpose. Tonight is for loosening, for receiving, for letting the unfinished remain unfinished without becoming a danger. You are safe enough to stop planning for a while. I let something good remain with me. You may have become used to letting painful words stay while good words disappear. Criticism may echo for years. A mistake may return each night. A rejection may become part of the way you see yourself. But kindness often passes through quickly. Now you can choose what remains. I let something good remain with me. I keep one warm truth close. I allow a gentle experience to become part of my memory. Perhaps the good thing is small. A person smiled. You completed something difficult. You protected yourself. You felt peaceful for 1 minute. You made a choice that showed growth. Let it remain. You do not need to turn it into proof that everything is perfect. Let it be proof of itself. A good moment happened. A caring word was spoken. A safe choice was made. You were there. You received it. I let something good remain with me. I do not give every room in my mind to pain. I make space for what helped. Imagine placing one warm stone in your pocket after a long walk. It does not remove the distance you traveled. It does not erase the cold parts of the path. But when your hand touches it, you remember that warmth existed too. Keep one warm thing from today. A sentence, a feeling, a sound, a simple act of care. Let your mind learn that memory can hold support, not only warning. You are allowed to remember goodness. You are allowed to build an inner home where gentle things are not immediately thrown away. I am making room to receive more gently. You do not need to throw every door open. You only need room. A small inner space where you are not arguing with every compliment. A small space where help can be considered. A small space where rest is not called laziness. I am making room to receive more gently. I create space without forcing an outcome. I allow care, peace, and support to approach at a pace I can hold. Receiving gently means you do not demand that your heart become fearless. You do not cover old pain with positive words. You speak in ways your body can believe. You begin with willingness. I am learning. I am allowing. I am becoming. These words create movement without pressure. I am making room to receive more gently. I let this practice meet me where I am. I do not need to pretend I feel ready for everything. Perhaps there are days when you feel open. Other days you may close again. That does not erase your growth. A heart is not a machine with one permanent setting. It responds to experience. It protects. It softens. It becomes tired. It begins again. You can return to receiving whenever you notice you have been carrying too much. You can return through one breath, one honest no, one sincere thank you, one moment of rest, one request for support. This practice is not a performance. It is a relationship with yourself. A way of reminding your heart that it no longer needs to refuse every good thing in order to stay safe. You are making room. The room does not need to be large. It only needs to be real. I allow support to reach me in forms I understand. Sometimes spiritual language can feel far away from daily life. Support does not need to appear as a sign in the sky. It may arrive as a clear plan, a helpful answer, a safe place, a useful tool, a person who respects your time. I allow support to reach me in forms I understand. I welcome practical care. I notice help that can be used in my real life. You do not need to call every event a message. You do not need to search for hidden meaning in everything. Sometimes a solution is simply a solution. Sometimes rest is simply rest. Sometimes a kind person is simply being kind. Let support be simple when it is simple. You are allowed to receive ordinary help, a reminder, a calendar, a ride, a prepared meal, a shared responsibility, a professional conversation, a clear instruction. These things may not look mystical, but they can still change how supported you feel. I allow support to reach me in forms I understand. I let help become specific. I take one useful step when a useful step is available. Receiving does not mean waiting. You can participate. You can make the call, send the message, ask the question, read the information, set the boundary, take the rest. Your action creates a place where support can meet you. You are not powerless. You are not required to be powerful every second either. You can move and receive, choose and receive, work and receive, rest and receive. Life does not need to be divided into only giving or only taking. There can be exchange. There can be balance. There can be moments when you carry and moments when you are carried. I am allowed to feel safe when life becomes easier. Ease may bring anxiety if difficulty has been familiar. You may wait for the hidden problem. You may fear that comfort will make you careless. You may believe that if you relax, something will be taken away. But safety can exist inside ease. I am allowed to feel safe when life becomes easier. I do not need pain to prove that I am paying attention. I can accept a smooth other path without becoming afraid of it. You have already shown that you can survive difficulty. You do not need more difficulty to prove your strength. Strength can also be used to enjoy peace, to build something slowly, to care for what is working, to remain present when nothing is wrong. I am allowed to feel safe when life becomes easier. I let calm become part of my normal life. I do not create struggle to make success feel deserved. Perhaps you have delayed joy until the next goal. When the goal arrives, another appears. Your mind keeps moving the place where relief is allowed. You can stop for a moment. You can notice what has become easier. A choice that once frightened you may now feel clear. A task that once felt impossible may now be manageable. A relationship may feel more honest. Your home may feel safer. Your own company may feel less painful. Let yourself notice. Ease is not something you need to apologize for. If something has become lighter, let it be lighter. You do not need to carry yesterday's weight to prove you remember yesterday. You can honor what you survived by allowing yourself to live differently now. I receive what is healthy without asking it to hurt first. Sometimes, pain becomes the proof that something is real. You may trust relationships that keep you anxious because the feeling is intense. You may believe an opportunity has value only if it costs you everything. You may question care that feels calm, but healthy things do not need to wound you before they become meaningful. I receive what is healthy without asking it to hurt first. I let steadiness matter. I allow respect to feel valuable. A healthy relationship may not keep you guessing. A healthy routine may not feel dramatic. A healthy opportunity may require effort without requiring self-destruction. A healthy boundary may disappoint someone while giving you peace. You are allowed to choose what supports your life over what only excites your fear. I receive what is healthy without asking it to hurt first. I learn the feeling of steadiness. I do not confuse chaos with depth. Your body may be drawn toward what feels familiar, even when familiar has been painful. That is why calm can feel strange. Give calm time. Let consistency reveal its value. Notice who does what they say. Notice where your no is respected. Notice which spaces allow your shoulders to lower. Notice what leaves you feeling clearer instead of confused. These are forms of information. Receiving healthy care may feel less like falling and more like standing on solid ground. Less like chasing and more like being met. Less like proving and more like participating. You deserve to learn that feeling. I let myself receive before I am completely empty. You do not need to wait until collapse. You do not need to become so tired that rest is the only option. You do not need to carry the full weight before asking someone to hold one corner. I let myself receive before I am completely empty. I respond to my needs while they are still quiet. I accept support before exhaustion makes the decision for me. This may require practice. You may be used to saying, "I can handle it," and perhaps you can. But being able to handle something does not mean you must handle it alone. Being strong enough to continue does not mean continuing is always wise. You are allowed to choose support before crisis. I let myself receive before I am completely empty. I fill my energy before it disappears. I care for myself before care becomes urgent. Think of your phone when its power becomes low. You do not accuse it of weakness for needing energy. You connect it to what restores it. Your body and mind also need regular support. Food, sleep, movement, quiet, connection, pleasure, purpose. You do not need to deserve these things through suffering. You need them because you are alive. Receiving before emptiness may feel uncomfortable because no emergency is forcing you. You must choose care simply because care is good. That choice may be new. Let it become familiar. You can rest because rest supports you. You can ask because help would make something easier. You can stop because your energy matters. You can receive before there is nothing left. I am allowed to keep what supports my peace. You may have received good things and then released them because they felt unfamiliar. A helpful routine, a healthy boundary, a calm relationship, a quiet practice. You may have returned to old habits because old habits felt known. Now you can let support remain. I am allowed to keep what supports my peace. I protect what helps me feel steady. I give healthy change time to become familiar. Peace needs space. If every hour is filled, peace has nowhere to sit. If every boundary is removed, peace has nowhere to stay. If every person receives access to your energy, peace is constantly interrupted. You are allowed to protect the things that help: a slower morning, a quiet evening, time without your phone, a friendship that feels honest, a room that feels calm, a decision not to enter the same argument. I am allowed to keep what supports my peace. I do not abandon healthy habits because someone else dislikes my change. I let stability become part of my life. Some people may be used to the version of you who was always available. Your peace may require a new version of your participation. You may answer later, leave earlier, speak more clearly, share less with people who do not handle your truth with care. This is not cruelty, it is protection. You are not required to return to chaos because chaos recognizes you. You can let peace become your new familiar place. You can choose it more than once. You can receive it today and keep making room for it tomorrow. I no longer reject myself when I need comfort. There may be moments when you judge your own sadness. You may say you should be over it. You may compare your pain to someone else's and decide yours does not deserve attention. You may become impatient with the part of you that still hurts, but self-rejection adds another wound to the first one. I no longer reject myself when I need comfort. I stay near myself when I feel tender. I treat my difficult feelings with respect. You do not need to agree with every thought that appears. You do not need to remain inside sadness forever. Comfort means you stop attacking yourself for being affected. You say, "Of course this was hard. Of course I feel tired. Of course part of me is afraid." These words do not trap you. They create understanding. I no longer reject myself when I need comfort. I do not become my own enemy during a difficult night. I give myself the care I keep trying to earn from the world. Perhaps comfort means wrapping yourself more warmly, turning down the noise, drinking water, writing one honest sentence, reaching out to someone safe, seeking qualified support when something feels too heavy to carry alone. Comfort can be practical. It does not need to be perfect. You are allowed to help yourself in simple ways. You are allowed to take your feelings seriously without believing they will last forever. You can be tender and still be moving forward. You can need comfort and still be strong. I receive this moment without asking it to become something else. This moment may not be perfect. You may still feel restless. Your thoughts may still move. Your body may not be fully relaxed. You do not need to turn this moment into a perfect meditation. I receive this moment without asking it to become something else. I let this experience be honest. I do not measure my worth by how peaceful I feel. Sometimes the pressure to relax creates more tension. Sometimes the wish to feel better becomes another task. Let the task disappear. You are not trying to win at resting. You are not trying to become the calmest person in the room. You are simply here. That is enough. I receive this moment without asking it to become something else. I allow what is present to have space. I trust that gentleness can exist beside discomfort. If your mind wanders, it wanders. If an emotion rises, it rises. If you feel calm, let calm be here. If you feel nothing, let nothing be here. You are not required to create a special feeling. Receiving begins with meeting reality. This is what I feel. This is what I need. This is what I can hold tonight. Honesty is softer than force. You can let this moment be exactly as it is and still receive one small thing from it. A sentence, a sense of company, a little less pressure, a reminder that you do not need to perform. Let that be enough. I am becoming someone who can receive and remain at peace. This change is not loud. It may not be visible to anyone else. It happens when you stop arguing with a compliment, when you ask for help before exhaustion, when you rest without creating a reason, when you allow a good moment to stay. I am becoming someone who can receive and remain at peace. I let support feel natural over time. I make room for care without losing my center. You do not need to become a person who accepts everything. You are becoming someone who can recognize what is good and allow it closer. Someone who can say yes with honesty. Someone who can say no without abandoning love. Someone who can receive without immediately paying back. Someone who can feel joy without preparing for disaster. I am becoming someone who can receive and remain at peace. I trust slow change. I let each safe experience teach me. There may be days when old habits return. You may reject help, work too long, dismiss a compliment, close your heart. That does not mean the practice failed. You can notice and choose one different response. You can return. Receiving is not a door that locks forever after one mistake. It is a skill you strengthen through many small moments. You are already practicing it now. You are receiving these words. You are letting another voice carry part of the emotional weight. You are allowing yourself to remain here without producing anything. This is not nothing. Your body is learning. Your heart is hearing a new message. You do not have to carry every good thing toward yourself. Some good things can travel toward you. Some care can find you where you are. Some support can arrive through the choices you make next. You are becoming more available to it, not desperate, not unguarded, available, present, rooted, able to receive and remain yourself. You can let these truths rest near you without forcing them deeper. They will find the places that are ready. They will wait beside the places that still need time. You are allowed to receive slowly. You are allowed to receive wisely. You are allowed to receive without fear, becoming the ruler of every moment. Something in you is already learning how. Something in you is beginning to understand that life is not asking you to carry every part alone. Your hands can open without becoming empty. Your heart can soften without becoming unprotected. Your strength can remain while support comes closer. You are still you. You are safe enough to receive this moment, and this moment is allowed to hold you. And this moment is allowed to hold you. You do not need to rise above it. You do not need to become lighter before support can reach you. You do not need to arrive with perfect faith, a peaceful mind, or a heart that has forgotten every disappointment. You can be held exactly as you are. Notice how much of your weight is already resting somewhere outside your own effort. The surface beneath you is carrying your back. It is carrying your legs. It is receiving the shape of your body without asking you to become smaller. You are not keeping yourself suspended in the air. You are not holding every part of yourself alone. Something beneath you is already doing part of the work. Let that truth sink in. You have been taught to notice what you carry. Tonight, begin noticing what carries you. There is a quiet difference between these two ways of living. When you notice only what you carry, life can feel like a long line of duties. Your mind moves from one weight to the next. One need, one worry, one task, one person who depends on you. Even peaceful moments become waiting rooms where you prepare for the next demand. But when you notice what carries you, the shape of the moment begins to change. You feel the bed beneath your body. You feel the floor beneath the bed. You remember that the building rests upon the earth. You remember that the earth has been carrying oceans, mountains, forests, homes, roads, and countless lives without asking any one of them to explain why they deserve a place. You have a place here too. You are not floating outside life, trying to earn your way into it. You are already part of it. Your weight is welcome here. Your breath is welcome here. Your tiredness is welcome here. Your need for support is welcome here. Imagine a wide bridge standing over deep water. The bridge does not ask each traveler to prove they deserve to cross. It does not become offended by their weight. It does not say that one person has walked too slowly or carried too much. It remains steady beneath every step. You may have spent years trying to become your own bridge. You learned to carry yourself across every uncertain place. You learned not to look down. You learned not to ask whether someone else could meet you halfway. You kept moving because stopping felt unsafe. But you were never meant to become the entire bridge. You were meant to walk upon support too. You were meant to feel something steady beneath your feet. You were meant to know the relief of taking a step without building the ground first. There may be support in your life that you have not fully allowed yourself to feel. It may be a person who listens without turning your pain into their own story. It may be a place where your body feels calmer. It may be the knowledge you gain through a difficult season. It may be a small routine that helps you return to yourself. It may be the choice you made to leave something that was harming your peace. Support does not always arrive from outside you. Sometimes support is the stronger voice you have built within yourself. The voice that now says, you do not need to accept this. The voice that says, you can leave. The voice that says, you can ask for more time. The voice that says, your feelings are telling you something. The voice that says, you are tired and that matters. That voice has been growing, perhaps quietly, perhaps slowly, but it is here. You have supported yourself through moments you once feared would break you. You made decisions while uncertain. You continued while tired. You learned to live after plans changed. You found ways to care for yourself when care did not arrive from the place as you expected. Do not use this as another reason to carry everything alone. Let it become evidence that you can trust yourself while also receiving support. Both can be true. You can be capable and supported. You can be independent and connected. You can know your own mind and still welcome wise guidance. You can stand on your own feet while letting the ground hold you. There is no weakness in this balance. It is the natural way life moves. A sailboat has its own shape. It has direction. It has a structure strong enough to meet the water. But it does not create the wind. It does not create the sea beneath it. It does not need to become every force involved in its journey. You also have a direction. You also make choices. You also hold responsibility for the way you move. But you do not need to become the wind, the water, the map, the boat, and the shore. Some parts of the journey are allowed to meet you. Let that rest in your heart. Some parts of the journey are allowed to meet you. You can take action without believing that every outcome depends on your effort alone. You can prepare without living in constant fear. You can care deeply without controlling everything you care about. You can work honestly and still allow support to make the work lighter. You may have been praised for how much you could handle. People may have called you strong when you had no other choice. They may have admired your ability to continue while never asking what it cost you. And maybe part of you began to believe that your strength was the most lovable thing about you. Maybe you thought people would remain only while you were helpful. Maybe you thought being easy to depend on was the safest way to belong. but you are not loved only for what you can hold. You are not valuable only when you are useful. You are not worthy only when you are the steady one. You are allowed to be the person who needs a steady place too. There may be tears beneath that truth. Let them be gentle. Sometimes tears come when a person finally hears permission they needed many years ago. They do not always mean something is wrong. They may mean that something tightly held has found enough room to move. You do not need to explain your feelings. You do not need to hurry through them. Let your heart hear what it may have missed before. You are allowed to need. You are allowed to receive. You are allowed to be cared for in ways that do not require you to disappear. Imagine a quiet harbor after a long journey at sea. The boat does not arrive ashamed of its worn ropes or tired sails. It does not apologize for needing still water. It does not remain outside the harbor because rest might make it less brave. It enters. It lets the waves become smaller around it. It lets the shore come close. It allows itself to stop moving for a while. You have been moving for a long time. Even when your body was still, your thoughts may have been traveling. They may have been returning to old conversations, moving ahead to possible problems, searching for signs, making plans, and trying to protect you from what had not happened. Your inner world has covered great distances. Now there can be a harbor within you, a place where nothing needs to be decided for this moment. A place where every question is not required to have an answer. A place where you are not judged by the speed of your progress. A place where your heart can arrive tired and still be received. You do not need to build this place perfectly. It begins with one softer thought. I can stop carrying this for now. It begins with one honest choice. I will return to this when I have more strength. It begins with one small act of trust. I will let the support beneath me do its work. Your body already knows something about receiving. It receives air. It receives water. It receives warmth. It receives the surface beneath it. It receives sound, touch, and rest. Receiving is not foreign to you. The fear around receiving may be familiar, but receiving itself is part of being alive. You do not need to learn it from nothing. You are remembering. You are remembering that life does not move only outward from you. Something can move toward you. Care can move toward you. Truth can move toward you. A better choice can become clear. A safe person can offer their presence. A quiet opportunity can appear. A moment of peace can reach you without being chased. What would change if you stopped asking whether you had earned every peaceful thing? Let the question remain open. You do not need to answer quickly. You may keep the answer inside your heart. You may place a few simple words beneath this video when you feel ready. Perhaps you would receive rest, perhaps help, perhaps love without fear, perhaps the freedom to stop proving that you can survive everything alone. Whatever rises, do not judge it. The answer may reveal what your heart has been waiting to receive. Maybe you have waited for permission from people who never knew how tired you were. Maybe you have waited for the work to end, for everyone to become happy, for the future to become certain, or for your past to stop hurting. Permission does not need to wait for those things. You can offer it to yourself now. You can say, I am allowed to feel supported before everything is solved. You can say, I am allowed to receive comfort while I am still finding my way. You can say, my needs do not have to become an emergency before they matter. These are not promises that life will become easy in every way. They are reminders that you do not need to make life harder by refusing every gentle thing. You can let support be support. You can let rest be rest. You can let kindness be kind. You can stop turning every gift into a question about what you owe. You can receive one honest moment without building a future around it. You can be held now without demanding that the whole world become safe forever. This moment can be enough. The face beneath you is steady enough for this moment. Your breath is moving enough for this moment. Your heart is doing enough for this moment. You are here. You are being carried in more ways than you have been trained to notice. Let that truth become quiet within you. You do not have to hold every part of your life at the same time. Some things can rest on the ground beside you. Some things can remain unfinished. Some questions can stay open. Some responsibilities can wait for morning. Some feelings can exist without being solved. And some support can reach you before you have found the perfect words to ask for it. You are learning to notice what holds you. You are learning to let it hold you fully. You are learning that receiving is not the end of your strength. It is the place where your strength no longer has to stand alone. I release the belief that struggle makes me more worthy. You have struggled enough to know that pain does not always arrive with meaning. Difficulty does not automatically make a person deeper, kinder, or more deserving. Sometimes hardship teaches something. Sometimes it only leaves a person tired. You do not need to romanticize what hurt you. You do not need to feel grateful for every painful thing. You do not need another hard season to prove that you are strong. Your worth was not created by what you survived. It was present before the struggle began. I release the belief that struggle makes me more worthy. I let effort be honest without turning pain into proof. I allow good things to come without asking them to test me first. There may be a part of you that trusts difficulty more than ease. Difficulty feels known. It gives you something clear to fight. It allows you to use the strength that has carried you for years. Ease can feel uncertain. When nothing is wrong, you may search for what you missed. When someone treats you well, you may wait for their behavior to change. When an opportunity moves smoothly, you may wonder whether it is real. Your mind may believe that struggle is safer because struggle is familiar. But familiar is not the same as safe. You are allowed to learn a different feeling. You are allowed to discover that steadiness can be real. You are allowed to receive what is good before it becomes painful. I do not need hardship to recognize my own strength. My strength can live quietly now. I allow my courage to support peace, not only survival. Your courage does not disappear when your life becomes calmer. It changes its work. It becomes the courage to trust slowly, the courage to speak honestly, the courage to accept care without running from it, the courage to stop chasing people who offer confusion instead of love, the courage to remain still when your old habits tell you to create movement, the courage to let something healthy stay. I welcome love that does not ask me to prove my value. Love does not need a performance. It does not need you to become endlessly agreeable. It does not need you to hide the pain. Parts of yourself that feel tired, uncertain, quiet, or afraid. Healthy love does not look at your usefulness and call that your identity. It sees the person beneath the effort. I welcome love that does not ask me to prove my value. I let care meet the real person within me. I no longer offer exhaustion as the price of belonging. Perhaps you learn to become what others needed. You read the room. You noticed tension before anyone named it. You changed your voice. You made yourself easier to understand, easier to depend on, easier to keep around. You became skilled at protecting connection. But connection that requires your constant performance is not a resting place. It may feel like love because you work so hard to keep it. Yet love should not leave you feeling that one honest need could make everything disappear. You deserve space to be human. You deserve to speak without preparing every sentence for another person's comfort. You deserve to be loved when you are not entertaining, solving, giving, or smiling. I receive tenderness without becoming suspicious of it. Tenderness may feel unfamiliar. A gentle voice may make you wonder what will be asked later. A patient person may feel difficult to trust. A calm connection may seem less exciting than the relationships that kept your heart racing. But your heart racing is not always a sign of love. Sometimes it is a sign that your body does not know what will happen next. Tenderness may feel quieter. It may look like someone remembering your limit. It may sound like a person saying, "Take the time you need." It may feel like not having to guess whether you matter. I receive tenderness without becoming suspicious of it. I let respectful care show me what safety can feel like. I allow calm love to become familiar. You do not need to trust every gentle word. Let actions give words their meaning. Tenderness becomes real through consistency, through respect, through the way someone responds to your no, through the way they care for what you share. You can remain wise while tenderness reaches you. Your wisdom does not need to destroy every soft thing before it has time to reveal itself. I no longer turn every gift into a debt. A gift can be given freely. A moment of support can be complete in itself. You can receive without planning how to balance the scale before the kindness has even touched you. I no longer turn every gift into a debt. I let sincere generosity remain generous. I receive without placing myself beneath the giver. You are not smaller because someone helped you. You are not less capable because another person had something useful to offer. You are not failing because life became lighter through support. Human beings have always shared strength. One person sees what another cannot see. One person carries what another cannot carry that day. One person has knowledge that another is still learning. Receiving is part of connection. It does not reduce you. It reminds you that you were never meant to become an entire world by yourself. I allow myself to enjoy what has already become better. You may be waiting for the next improvement before allowing yourself to feel the one that has already happened. There may always be another goal, another concern, another area that has not yet changed, but progress deserves to be felt. I allow myself to enjoy what has already become better. I notice the distance I have traveled. I let improvement become part of my experience, not only part of my history. Perhaps you speak to yourself with more patience than you once did. Perhaps you recognize harmful behaviors sooner. Perhaps you leave conversations that used to keep you awake. Perhaps you no longer beg for answers from people who have chosen silence. Perhaps you have learned to remain with yourself during difficult feelings. These changes matter. Do not move past them as though they were nothing. The person you were worked hard to bring you here. Let the person you are now receive the benefit of that work. I am permitted to feel proud without becoming hard. Pride can be gentle. It does not need to place you above anyone. It can simply recognize that something within you kept moving. It can honor the courage it took to choose differently. I am permitted to feel proud without becoming hard. I acknowledge my growth with tenderness. I do not hide every good thing I see in myself. You may have been taught that speaking kindly about yourself was selfish. You may have learned that humility meant denying your own gifts. But humility does not require self-rejection. You can know that you are growing while knowing you still have more to learn. You can appreciate your strength without pretending you never struggle. You can feel proud of one decision without believing every decision has been perfect. Let pride become gratitude toward yourself. You have stayed. You have learned. You have tried to become more honest. You have begun to hear your own voice beneath the noise. That deserves recognition. I accept peace before every problem has disappeared. Peace does not always wait at the end of difficulty. Sometimes it appears in the middle. A quiet breath inside uncertainty. A clear thought inside confusion. A few minutes when your body stops fighting the day. I accept peace before every problem has disappeared. I do not postpone calm until life becomes perfect. I let peace exist beside the unfinished. You may still have decisions to make. You may still be waiting for news. You may still carry grief, responsibility, or questions. Peace does not deny any of that. It gives you a place to stand while you face it. You do not need to solve everything before you are allowed to feel safe for a moment. Let this moment be one of those places. Nothing is asking you to finish your whole life now. You can be unfinished and peaceful. You can be uncertain and held. You can be healing emotionally and still have difficult days. I make room for joy that does not need to defend its elf. Joy may be simple, a familiar voice, the smell of something warm, a soft blanket, a quiet room. The moment you realize that no one needs anything from you right now. Joy does not need to be dramatic to be real. I make room for joy that does not need to defend itself. I let small happiness have value. I stop asking every beautiful moment how long it plans to stay. Joy becomes smaller when it must answer questions about the future. Let it be free. Let it arrive as it is. Let it sit beside you without becoming a promise. You can feel joy now and meet tomorrow when it comes. You can laugh without betraying the pain you have known. You can enjoy what is gentle without forgetting what was difficult. Your past does not need every room inside you. Leave one room for joy. I no longer confuse being exhausted with being important. You matter when you are active. You matter when you are still. You matter when people need you. You matter when no one is calling your name. I no longer confuse being exhausted with being important. My value does not rise with my level of tiredness. I allow my life to contain energy that belongs to me. You may have felt important when many people depended on you. Their needs gave your day a clear shape. But constant need can become a cage when you forget that your life also belongs to you. You are allowed to have energy left at the end of the day. You are allowed to protect time that does not belong to work, family, messages, or problems. You are allowed to enjoy your own company without waiting to be useful. Your importance does not need proof. It lives in your humanity. I choose relationships where care can move in both directions. You are not asking for perfection. You are asking for participation. You are asking for care that does not leave you doing all the emotional work. I choose relationships where care can move in both directions. I allow myself to be considered. I stop calling one-sided effort devotion. There may be people you love who cannot meet you in the way you need. You can understand their limits without making their limits your permanent home. Compassion does not require you to remain empty. Love does not require you to keep waiting for someone to become available. You can care and step back. You can forgive and create distance. You can remember what was beautiful and still choose what is healthier now. Mutual care may feel unfamiliar at first. You may want to overgive because receiving feels exposed. Let yourself stay. Let another person remember. Let them make the plan. Let them ask the question. Let them carry the conversation for a while. You are allowed to discover what happens when you do not do everything. I am ready to receive without becoming afraid of happiness. Happiness may touch the same place where fear lives. You may feel something good and immediately imagine losing it. You may try to reduce your joy before life can reduce it for you. But less joy does not create more safety. I am ready to receive without becoming afraid of happiness. I let happiness touch me without demanding certainty. I allow my heart to be present before it begins preparing for goodbye. You have known change. You know that nothing remains exactly the same. But change does not mean love was false. Change does not mean joy was foolish. A beautiful moment does not become meaningless because it ended. You can receive what is here. You can let it become part of you. You can trust yourself to meet change when change arrives. You do not have to meet it early. I release the need to apologize for needing gentleness. You may have said sorry for crying, sorry for becoming tired, sorry for needing reassurance, sorry for taking time, sorry for not being able to carry more. I release the need to apologize for needing gentleness. My tenderness is not a problem. My needs do not make me difficult to love. You do not need to apologize for having a human heart. A heart feels. A body tires. A mind becomes overwhelmed. A person needs comfort. These truths do not make you less mature, less spiritual, or less strong. Gentleness may be what helps you become steady. Harshness may have pushed you forward before, but you do not need to keep living beneath its voice. You can grow through respect. You can change through patience. You can become responsible without becoming cruel toward yourself. Let gentleness become serious. Let it become something you honor, not something you use only after you have broken down. I welcome support before I know exactly how everything will work. You may want the full plan before taking the first step. You may want proof that help will be enough. You may want certainty that the future will reward your trust. But support often meets you one part at a time. I welcome support before I know exactly how everything will work. I allow one useful answer to be enough for this moment. I take the next clear step without forcing the whole path to appear. You do not need to see every turn. You need enough clarity for the place where you stand. Perhaps the next step is rest. Perhaps it is asking. Perhaps it is admitting that something is no longer working. Perhaps it is letting someone know what you need. You can receive the next piece without demanding the entire picture. A long staircase is climbed through the step beneath your feet. You are allowed to be supported there. I no longer make myself smaller to make receiving easier for others. Sometimes people prefer to give only when they can feel powerful. They may be comfortable helping if you remain quiet, grateful, and easy to control. But healthy receiving does not require you to become small. I no longer make myself smaller to make receiving easier for others. I keep my voice while accepting care. I remain equal in my own heart. You can say thank you and still have an opinion. You can accept help and still correct a misunderstanding. You can receive support and still decide what happens next. Your gratitude does not erase your boundaries. Your need does not remove your intelligence. Your vulnerability does not place another person above you. You are allowed to receive while standing fully inside your dignity. Let that sink in. You are allowed to receive while standing fully inside your dignity. You do not have to kneel before kindness. You do not have to repay respect with obedience. You do not have to become less visible because another person offered something useful. You remain whole. I let the good in my life feel real. You may have spent years believing the difficult parts quickly and questioning the good parts. One criticism felt true. 10 kind words felt uncertain. One disappointment became a pattern. One peaceful moment felt like luck. I let the good in my life feel real. I allow healthy experiences to become evidence too. I stop treating every blessing as a mistake that will soon be corrected. The good does not need to be perfect. A caring person can make mistakes and still care. A peaceful day can contain one difficult hour and still be peaceful. Progress can include setbacks and still be progress. Let goodness be human. Let it be imperfect and true. You do not need a flawless life before you trust that something has changed. You may be living inside answers you once asked for. A safer home, a clearer mind, more freedom, a stronger boundary, a quieter relationship with yourself. Look gently. Do not force gratitude. Simply notice what has become real. I receive the freedom to stop proving what I already know. You know that you can survive. You have done it. You know that you can work hard. You have worked beyond what many people ever saw. You know that you can keep going. You have continued through days when your heart felt heavy. You do not need to prove these truths every day. I receive the freedom to stop proving what I already know. I let strength become a place of choice. I do not create new battles to confirm that I can fight. Strength can rest. Strength can ask for help. Strength can walk away. Strength can choose the easier road when the easier road is honest. You are not losing your strength when you stop living as though danger is always near. You are giving strength a new purpose. It can help you build. It can help you protect joy. It can help you remain soft without becoming unwise. I permit myself to be loved in ordinary moments. Love does not live only in dramatic promises. It lives in ordinary attention. Someone listening until you finish. Someone bringing you water. Someone remembering that you were tired. Someone giving you space without punishment. I permit myself to be loved in ordinary moments. I notice quiet care. I let simple love become meaningful. Perhaps you have waited for great proof while overlooking steady kindness. Your heart may have been trained to recognize intensity more quickly than consistency. Now you can notice what returns, what remains respectful, what feels clear, what leaves you with more peace than confusion. Ordinary love may not make your heart race. It may help your heart rest. That kind of love deserves a place in your life. I release the fear that receiving will make me selfish. Selfishness is not the same as having needs. It is not selfish to rest. It is not selfish to accept help. It is not selfish to let another person care. I release the fear that receiving will make me selfish. I allow balance to enter my giving. I remember that my life needs nourishment too. You may have built your identity around generosity. Generosity is beautiful when it is chosen freely. But giving from fear is not freedom. Giving because you are afraid someone will leave is not peace. Giving until resentment grows is not kindness toward either person. Receiving creates balance. It keeps love from becoming a one-way road. It teaches others that you are also human. You do not need to take everything. You only need to stop refusing everything. I can receive good things without waiting for punishment. This fear may live very deep. When something beautiful arrives, you may feel that something painful must follow. You may believe life keeps a secret balance and that every joy creates a future debt. But joy is not alone. Peace is not a warning. Care is not automatically followed by loss. I can receive good things without waiting for punishment. I let comfort be comfort. I allow a peaceful moment to end peacefully. You do not need to create fear to prepare yourself. If difficulty comes, fear today will not make you more ready. It will only take the place where comfort could have lived. Let your nervous thoughts speak without becoming the truth. You can say, I know you are trying to protect me, but I do not need to leave this moment. Stay here. Feel what is steady. Let the good thing be real for the time it is present. I am no longer waiting for permission to care for myself. The permission is here. It does not need to come from someone who ignored your needs. It does not need to come from a person who benefited from your exhaustion. It does not need to come after every task is complete. I am no longer waiting for permission to care for myself. I give my needs a place in my own life. I choose care before I am forced to stop. You can drink the water, turn off the noise, leave the room, ask the question, take the day, seek support, change the plan. You are the person living inside your life. Your care cannot remain an afterthought. You do not have to become the last person you consider. You belong within your own circle of concern. Let that become normal. Let your name be included when you ask, who needs kindness? I received the truth that I was worthy before I became useful. Before you helped anyone, you were worthy. Before you achieved anything, you were worthy. Before you learned to hide your needs, your life already carried value. I received the truth that I was worthy before I became useful. My worth did not begin with service. My value is older than every role I have played. This is the place where you may feel something break open, not because you are broken, because an old belief may no longer be able to contain the truth. You were worthy before you became useful, before you learned to keep the peace, before you learned to notice everyone else's needs, before you learned to become impressive, dependable, quiet, successful, or strong. You were a living heart. You needed warmth. You needed safety. You needed someone to see that your feelings were real. You did not need to earn that. You never needed to earn that. Let that rest in your heart. You never needed to earn care by disappearing into what other people required. You never needed to earn love through exhaustion. You never needed to prove your right to rest by reaching the end of your strength. You were worthy before the world asked anything from you, and nothing that happened later removed that worth. Not the mistakes, not the rejection, not the years you spent doubting yourself, not the relationships that could not see you clearly, not the days when you had very little to give. Your worth remained, quiet, untouched, waiting beneath every role. If you are still wondering whether you deserve this peace, you do. You always have. You did not become deserving by finding these words. You did not become deserving by surviving enough. You did not become deserving by becoming better than the person you were. Peace does not need to be earned by perfection. Care does not need to be earned by pain. Love does not need to be earned by becoming useful. You are allowed to receive because you are here, because you feel, because you are human, because your heart has carried enough. I let this truth reach the places that still feel unworthy. I do not force those places to believe. I stay beside them until the truth feels less unfamiliar. Perhaps part of you still shakes its head. Perhaps it says, "Not me." Do not argue. Place the truth nearby. You were worthy before you became useful. Let it remain. It does not need to enter every part of you tonight. It can sit near the closed places. It can become a gentle presence. It can wait without pressure. Truth does not need to shout. It can stay. It can return in the quiet. It can meet you when you are ready. I receive care as a natural part of being alive. Care is not a special reward for people who never make mistakes. It is part of life. Bodies need rest. Hearts need understanding. Minds need quiet. People need one another. I receive care as a natural part of being alive. I stop treating my needs like a personal failure. I let support belong in my life. There will be times when you give, times when you receive, times when you carry, times when someone carries you. This movement does not need to be perfectly equal in every moment. Balance may unfold across time. What matters is that you no longer believe you must always stand on the giving side. You can cross. You can allow care to move toward you. You can let your life become a place where support is not rare. I am willing to live without proving that I can do everything alone. You already know you can do many things alone, but ability is not obligation. I am willing to live without proving that I can do everything alone. I choose connection where connection is safe. I allow shared strength to enter my life. This willingness may change small moments first. You may accept the offer. You may tell the truth when someone asks how you are. You may let another person finish the task. You may stop apologizing for needing time. These choices may feel simple from the outside. Inside, they can be powerful. Each one tells your heart that a different life is possible. A life where strength is shared. A life where care reaches you. A life where you do not need to become empty before anyone notices. You are moving toward that life, not by forcing, by allowing, by choosing, by remaining present when support appears, by remembering that your worth does not depend on how much weight you can hold. Let the deepest truth remain with you. You were worthy before you became useful. You are worthy while you rest. You will remain worthy when you wake. Nothing needs to be added to make that true. Nothing needs to be removed. Your value is not waiting for tomorrow. It is here. It has been here. And now you are learning how to receive from that place. Let this moment belong only to you. There is nothing you need to do right now. Nothing you need to explain. Nothing you need to improve. Everything can wait. Let the surface beneath you carry your body. Feel where it meets you, beneath your back, beneath your legs, beneath your head. You do not need to press down. Your weight already knows where to go. Let the breath come as it wishes. there is no perfect breath, no correct rhythm. Air enters, air leaves. Your body remembers how. You can stop managing it. Breathe gently. Let the breath move through you without becoming another task. Your chest may rise a little. Your stomach may soften a little. The breath may be shallow. It may become slower. Whatever it is, let it be enough. You are safe here. Nothing is asking you to rush. The next moment will arrive without being pulled toward you. The night will continue without your help. Let your jaw become less busy. You do not need to hold unsaid words there. You do not need to prepare an answer. Let the tongue rest. Let the space around your mouth become softer. There is nowhere you need to go in this moment. Let your eyes be still. They have looked at enough today. They have read enough, watched enough, searched enough. They do not need to find anything now. Let darkness be simple. Let it be a place where your eyes are no longer responsible for guiding you. Your ears may still notice sounds. Let sounds come and leave. A sound does not need your attention for long. It can pass through the room. It can move beyond you. You remain here, held, breathing, safe enough for this moment. Let your forehead become smooth in its own time. You do not need to force it. There may still be thoughts moving behind it. Thoughts can move while you rest. You do not need an empty mind. You only need to stop following every thought. A thought can appear. You can let it continue without you, like a train moving far beyond a quiet field. You hear it. Then it becomes distant. You remain where you are. Let your shoulders feel their own weight. They have held conversations, decisions, expectations, things you said, things you wanted to say, things you are still trying to understand. They do not need to hold those things now. Let the shoulders become heavy. Let the surface beneath you receive that heaviness. You are not dropping responsibility forever. You are resting from it. Everything can wait. Your arms may become quiet. There is nothing they need to reach for, no problem they need to fix, no one they need to hold up. Let them be supported. Let your hands become empty. Your fingers do not need to type, carry, clean, point, protect, or prepare. They can rest. An empty hand is not useless. It is available for rest. Feel the quiet inside your palms. You have given through these hands. You have worked through them. You have cared through them. Now let them receive stillness. There is nothing you need to do right now. Let that sink in. There is nothing you need to do right now. Your chest may still hold emotion. Do not push it away. Do not pull it closer. Let it have space. Perhaps there is sadness, perhaps relief, perhaps nothing you can name. You are allowed to feel without solving. You are allowed to rest beside a feeling that has not finished speaking. Your heart does not need to become light before sleep can come. It can be held while carrying what it carries. Breathe gently around the heart, not to change it, to make room. Let the breath enter the places that have felt crowded. Let it leave without taking anything it is not ready to take. You are not forcing release. You are allowing space. Your stomach may be holding the day. Worry may have lived there. Uncertainty may have tightened it. Let your stomach know that it does not need to prepare for this moment. This moment has already arrived. You are inside it. You are safe enough to soften where softening is possible. If your body does not soften, that is okay. You are still welcome here. Rest is not a test. You cannot fail it. Let the lower back be supported. It has helped carry you upright. It has moved through every room with you. Let it receive the shape beneath it. You do not need to hold yourself away from support. You can let yourself be carried. Let your hips become heavy. They do not need to brace. They do not need to prepare to stand. You can remain. Everything can wait. Let your legs rest. They have taken you through this day, across rooms, along roads, toward responsibilities, away from things you needed to leave. They have carried your decisions in silence. Let them stop. Let the muscles become quiet. Let the knees be soft. They do not need to hold you upright now. Let the lower legs feel their weight. Let the ankles become loose. Let your feet be still. They have touched the earth. They have supported every step. Now something supports them. You do not need to know what tomorrow's steps will be. Your feet can rest before the path becomes clear. Tomorrow can remain unfinished. You are here. This is enough. Feel the whole body resting together, not as separate tasks, not as parts you need to control. One body, one quiet shape, held by the surface beneath it, breathing in its own way. You may notice that the breath has changed. You may notice that it has not. Both are fine. Let the next breath arrive. Let it fill only as much space as it wishes. Let it leave slowly or quickly. Your body decides. You are listening rather than controlling. Breathe gently. Feel the breath as something received. You do not create the air. You allow it to enter. You do not hold the whole world open. You receive what reaches you. Air enters. Your body takes what it needs. Air leaves. Nothing more is required. This is receiving, simple, natural, already happening. You are allowed to receive rest in the same way. You do not chase it. You create room. You become still enough to notice when it begins moving towards you. There may be a small space between one thought and the next. Do not search for it. Let it find you. There may be a moment when your body feels slightly heavier. Let the heaviness be welcome. There may be a moment when the words begin to feel farther away. That is okay. You do not need to hold every sentence. Let the words pass near you. Take what feels warm. Let the rest move on. You are safe here. Everything can wait. The unanswered messages can wait. The unfinished work can wait. The conversation can wait. The decision can wait. Tomorrow's worries can wait for tomorrow. Tonight does not need to become a meeting place for every possible future. Let the future stay outside the room. You do not need to invite it in. This moment belongs to your breathing body, your resting body, your tired heart. You are allowed to be tired. You do not need to make tiredness beautiful. You do not need to turn it into wisdom. You can simply be tired, and you can receive rest. Let that truth rest in your heart. You can be tired and still be worthy. You can be uncertain and still be safe in this moment. You can have unfinished work and still let your eyes close. You can care deeply and still stop thinking for a while. You do not need to remain awake to prove that something matters. Rest does not mean you have forgotten. Rest means you are giving yourself enough strength to meet life. Later, let the breath become a quiet wave. It comes near. It moves away. It returns when it is ready. You do not call it. You do not chase it. It knows the way. Let your body learn from that movement. Something can come without being forced. Something can leave without being held. Something can return without being controlled. Your breath teaches this gently. You can receive. You can release. You can remain. No counting. No effort. No pressure. Breathe gently. Let the air touch the inside of your body. Let it create a little more room. Let it leave through relaxed lips or through the nose. Whatever feels natural. There is no one watching, no one grading your rest. You are alone with your own quiet life. And you are not abandoned. You are with yourself. You are supported beneath yourself. You are surrounded by the stillness that arrives when the day begins to loosen its hold. Let the room become softer around you. You do not need to imagine light. You do not need to create a special picture. Feel what is already present. The temperature, the surface, the air, the sound of the voice moving near you. This is enough. You are receiving a moment that asks nothing in return. Let that sink in. A moment that asks nothing in return. You do not have to repay this quiet. You do not have to become better because you rested. You do not have to wake with every answer. Rest can be given freely. You can receive it freely. If a part of you remains alert, Speak to it gently. You have done enough watching for now. You do not need to disappear. You can rest near me. You can remain careful and still loosen your grip. Nothing is being taken from you. You are not losing control. You are allowing the body to use the wisdom it already has. The body knows how to become heavy. The eyes know how to become tired. The breath knows how to slow when it is ready. Sleep knows how to approach. You do not need to drag it closer. You only need to stop pushing it away with effort. There is nothing you need to do right now. If sleep comes, let it come. If wakefulness remains, let it remain quietly. You are still resting. You are still receiving. The night does not demand sleep immediately. It offers space. You can lie inside that space. You can become familiar with being held. Let your thoughts become less important. They may still speak. They may remind you of names, places, duties, or plans. You do not need to answer. Each thought can place itself beside you and become still. Imagine a long table at the end of the day. Every worry has been placed there. Every task, every question, every unfinished thought. You do not need to carry the table. You can leave everything there until morning. The table will remain. Nothing needs to be held in your body. Let the shoulders feel that. Let the chest feel that. Let the stomach feel that. The thoughts have somewhere else to rest. You do not need to become their container. Tonight, breathe gently. The breath enters an emptier room. The breath leaves. Your body becomes quieter. Your hands become warmer or cooler. Your feet may feel far away. Let each sensation be simple. You do not need to name it. You do not need to remember these words. There is no lesson to keep. You are not studying. You are resting. Let the sound carry you without asking you to follow. You can drift near the words. You can move away from them. You can return. There is no wrong place to be. You are safe here. And if you are still wondering whether you deserve this peace, you do. You always have. You do not deserve peace because you completed enough. You do not deserve it because someone approved of you. You do not deserve it because you suffered well. Peace is allowed to touch you because you are alive, because your body needs rest, because your heart has carried its own private weight, because you are human. Let that truth become very quiet. You deserve this peace, not a perfect life, not a promise that nothing difficult will happen. This peace, this breath, this place to rest, this moment without demands. You deserve this. Let the words move slowly through you. You deserve this peace. You do not need to reach for the sentence. Let it reach you. You do not need to believe it completely. Let it rest near you. It can stay beside the parts that doubt. It does not need to fight them. Peace does not need to win an argument. It can remain available. Your doubt may become tired before the truth does. Let everything become less urgent. Your past is not happening in this room. Your future is not happening in this room. This room holds only now. Now is quiet enough. Now is supported enough. Now asks very little from you. Breathe gently. Let the breath move through now. Let it touch the chest. Let it leave. The body remains. The surface remains. You are held. Let your mind hear simple words. Nothing to fix. Nothing to prove. Nothing to carry for this moment. Nothing to become. You are here. You are safe enough to rest. Everything can wait. Let the words become a soft circle. Nothing to fix. Nothing to prove. Nothing to carry for this moment. You do not need to say them. You do not need to hold them. Let them move around you like the quiet sound of rain far beyond the room. Soft, steady, not asking for attention. Your breathing may begin to follow its own deeper path. Let it. Your body may become heavy. Let it. Your thoughts may become unclear. Let them. You do not need clarity now. You need rest. You do not need answers now. You need space. You do not need more effort now. You need permission. The permission is here. You can stop. You can soften. You can receive. Let the night carry what you cannot carry. Not forever, only for now. Let the bed carry your body. Let the room carry the silence. Let the darkness carry the distance between one thought and the next. Let a breath carry itself. You do not need to be the carrier of everything. You can be carried. You can receive. You can rest. There may be a deep place inside you that has waited a long time to hear this. You do not have to stay awake to keep life together. You do not have to remain tense to keep love near. You do not have to continue giving after your heart has become tired. You are allowed to stop before emptiness. You are allowed to close your eyes before every problem is solved. You are allowed to trust that morning will find you. Let that sink in. Morning will find you. You do not need to search for it. The next breath will find you. You do not need to chase it. Rest may find you. You do not need to force it. Support may find you through the choices you make when you wake. You do not need to solve those choices now. Everything can wait. Let your body become a quiet shore. The waves of thought may still arrive. They touch the shore. They move away. The shore does not run after them. It does not ask them to stay. It remains. you can remain. Thought arrives, thought leaves, breath arrives, breath leaves. You remain supported beneath it all. No thought can remove the surface holding you. No memory can change the room around you. No unfinished task can demand your hands while they are resting here. You are safe enough to remain still. Breathe gently. Feel the next breath as a gift you did not earn. It came. Your body received it. This is how receiving begins. Not with a great promise, with what is here: air, support, stillness, a softer thought, a little less effort. Let it be enough. Your heart does not need to open wider. Your body does not need to become calmer. Your mind does not need to become empty. You are enough for this moment exactly as you are. The moment can hold you. The night can hold you. Your own care can hold you. There is nothing you need to do right now. Let the words become fewer inside you. Held, safe, resting, receiving, nothing to prove. Everything can wait. Your body is allowed to rest. Your heart is allowed to be quiet. Your mind is allowed to loosen. Breathe gently. Let the breath come. Let the breath go. You are still here. You are still held. You are still worthy. The surface beneath you continues to carry your weight. You do not need to help it. Let yourself become heavy. Let yourself become quiet. Let the day move farther away. You have done enough for now. You have carried enough for now. You have thought enough for now. There is space around you. There is support beneath you. There is breath within you. You are safe here. Everything can wait. Let this moment belong only to you. Let it ask nothing. Let it give what it can. Let yourself receive. You can let yourself receive even when a quiet part of you is afraid it may not last. You do not need to push that fear away. You do not need to pretend you have never been disappointed. Your heart remembers what it has lost. Your body remembers the moments when something felt safe and then changed. It makes sense that part of you became careful around happiness. But you are not standing in every past moment now. You are here. You are breathing. You are being held by this quiet space. And you are learning that receiving something good does not require you to control how long it stays. I allow myself to feel joy without demanding a promise from the future. Joy can be present for one honest moment. It does not need to sign a contract. It does not need to explain tomorrow. It does not need to guarantee that nothing will ever change. You can feel what is good while it is here. You can let warmth touch you before your mind asks how long it will remain. You can let peace enter without asking it to prove that it will never leave. I let this moment be enough before I ask it to become forever. Your mind may want certainty. It may believe certainty is the price of safety. But certainty is not always available, even when life is beautiful. You do not need certainty to receive one kind word. You do not need certainty to enjoy one calm evening. You do not need certainty to let your body rest. You only need enough presence to notice what is here. I receive what is good without holding it too tightly. There is a difference between caring for something and trying to control it. Care has open hands. Control closes its fingers. Care says, I value this. Control says, this must never change. You can value love without trying to own it. You can value peace without fearing every sound. You can value progress without demanding that you never struggle again. You can receive fully while allowing life to remain alive. I trust myself to meet change when change comes. You do not need to live inside a future loss. You do not need to rehearse pain so that pain cannot surprise you. You have already shown that you can meet difficult days. You have already survived moments you did not choose. You do not need to suffer early in order to prove you could survive later. Let today remain today. Let this hour remain this hour. Let one peaceful thing belong to the present. I am free to enjoy what is here without preparing for its ending. This freedom may feel new. Perhaps happiness used to make your body tense. Perhaps a loving moment made you wonder what would go wrong. Perhaps success made you feel exposed, as though life might soon take something back. You can notice that old response without following it. You can say, I understand why I became afraid. But I do not need to leave this moment before it ends. Stay with what is gentle. Stay with what is honest. Stay with what asks nothing harmful from you. You are allowed to remain. My heart can stay open without giving away its wisdom. Openness does not mean ignoring what you know. It does not mean trusting every word. It does not mean accepting behavior that makes you feel small. A wise heart can be soft. A soft heart can still notice. A loving heart can still say no. You do not have to choose between tenderness and self-respect. You are allowed to keep both. I welcome connection that lets me remain true to myself. Healthy connection does not ask you to disappear. It does not reward you only when you agree. It does not make your needs feel like a threat. It gives room for your voice. It allows two people to exist without one person becoming smaller. You are allowed to receive care that does not ask for your silence. You are allowed to receive love that does not require you to betray your own knowing. I keep my place inside myself while love comes closer. There is a place within you that belongs only to you. It is the place where you know what feels honest. It is the place where your feelings become clear when the noise becomes quiet. It is the place that has remained even when you changed yourself to keep other people comfortable. You can return there. You can receive from there. You can love from there. You do not have to leave yourself to be close to someone else. I am safe enough to let a caring moment touch me. Not every moment needs to become a future. Not every caring person needs to become permanent. Not every connection needs a name. Sometimes a moment can simply touch you. Someone listens. Someone understands. Someone offers warmth. You receive it. The moment becomes part of your life without needing to become your whole life. You are allowed to receive small care without turning it into a large question. I let love arrive in the form it honestly takes. Love may arrive as patience. It may arrive as truth. It may arrive as a boundary that protects your peace. It may arrive as someone respecting your need for space. It may arrive as your own decision to stop chasing what keeps hurting you. Love does not always feel like being pulled closer. Sometimes love feels like being released from what was not kind. Sometimes love is the moment you stop abandoning yourself. I recognize care by the peace it leaves behind. Intensity can feel powerful, but power is not always care. Confusion can feel deep, but depth does not require confusion. A connection that keeps you anxious may feel important because your body is always alert. Yet real care may feel much quieter. It may leave you clearer. It may leave you more connected to your own life. It may allow you to sleep. It may allow you to breathe without wondering what you did wrong. I am learning to value steadiness more than emotional noise. Steadiness may not demand your attention. It does not need to create fear in order to feel real. It does not disappear to make you chase it. It does not leave you questioning your worth. Steadiness returns. It communicates. It respects. It allows the heart to open without being forced. You are allowed to choose what feels steady, even if your old patterns are drawn toward what feels uncertain. I no longer mistake anxiety for love. Your body may have learned to connect longing with affection, waiting with devotion, chasing with commitment, fear with passion. But you can learn another language. Love can feel clear. Love can feel calm. Love can allow your body to remain your home. You are not asking for a perfect connection. You are asking for one where you do not need to lose yourself to remain close. I receive respect as one of the deepest forms of care. Respect may look simple. Someone listens when you speak. Someone accepts your limit. Someone does not punish you for needing time. Someone does not use your honesty as a weapon. Respect may not create a dramatic feeling, but it creates ground beneath your feet. You are allowed to value that ground. You are allowed to stop calling chaos romantic. You are allowed to receive what lets you stand. I choose what leaves my dignity whole. You have the right to ask what an experience costs you. Does it cost your sleep? Does it cost your voice? Does it cost your ability to trust yourself? Does it ask you to become less visible? What looks like love from far away may not feel like love inside your body. You are allowed to notice the difference. You are allowed to choose what does not require your disappearance. I am worthy of care that does not need me to suffer first. You do not need to prove devotion through pain. You do not need to become exhausted so someone will finally notice. You do not need to keep forgiving the same harm while nothing changes. Care should not require your breaking point. You are allowed to receive it before you are falling apart. You are allowed to expect kindness before your heart is empty. I can accept love without making it responsible for my whole life. Love can support you. It can warm you. It can help you see yourself more clearly. But you do not need another person to become your entire source of safety. You are allowed to keep your own life, your friendships, your quiet, your goals, your inner world. Receiving love does not mean placing every part of yourself in another person's hands. Love can be part of your life without becoming the place where your whole identity lives. I let connection add to me without replacing me. You are already a person before love arrives. You have a voice, a history, a way of seeing the world. You have dreams that belong to you. You have needs that matter. A healthy connection adds warmth without erasing your shape. You do not need to become half of a person in order to belong beside someone. You remain whole. You remain present. You remain yours. I allow myself to be loved without becoming afraid of needing love. Need can feel dangerous when it has been ignored before. You may believe that needing someone gives them the power to hurt you. And there is truth in the fact that closeness makes the heart more open. But needing care does not make you weak. It makes you human. You can need love while still knowing how to care for yourself. You can need connection while still keeping your boundaries. You can admit that something matters without placing your entire life at its mercy. I do not shame my heart for wanting closeness. Your heart wants to be known. It wants to feel understood. It wants somewhere to rest. There is nothing shameful in this. You do not need to become cold to prove that you are strong. You do not need to act as though no one matters. Strength does not mean having no needs. Strength can mean knowing your needs and choosing carefully where you bring them. I can be tender without becoming unprotected. Tenderness is not the same as helplessness. You can feel deeply and still make wise choices. You can care and still walk away. You can forgive and still remember what you learned. You can open slowly. You can close a door when respect is gone. Your softness is not a failure of judgment. It is part of what makes you alive. I let my softness belong beside my strength. Perhaps you were told that you had to choose. Be soft and risk being hurt. Be strong and stop feeling. But you do not have to divide yourself that way. Your strength can protect your softness. Your softness can keep your strength from becoming hard. They can work together. They can help you receive what is healthy and step away from what is not. I welcome love that feels like room to breathe. Love should not feel like constant pressure. It should not make you fear every word. It should not keep you studying someone's mood so you can remain safe. Love can make room for silence, room for different feelings, room for change, room for honesty. You are allowed to receive care that does not crowd your spirit. I deserve to be heard without needing to become louder. You may have tried to explain yourself many times. You may have chosen careful words. You may have spoken softly, then clearly, then with tears. And still, someone may not have listened. That does not mean you failed to explain. Sometimes a person does not understand because they are not willing to understand. You do not need to spend your life becoming louder for someone committed to not hearing you. You are worthy of conversations where your voice is not treated like an interruption. I release the work of convincing people to value me. Your value is not a debate. You do not need to build a perfect case. You do not need to list everything you have given. You do not need to prove that your pain was real. Someone's refusal to recognize your worth does not reduce it. You are allowed to stop presenting evidence. You are allowed to leave the room where your humanity is always on trial. I receive the relief of no longer chasing understanding from closed hearts. This relief may carry grief. You may wish things had been different. You may wish someone had met you with the care you offered them. You may still love parts of what you shared. Releasing the chase does not erase the love. It simply stops asking your heart to knock forever on a door that remains closed. You can turn toward the parts of life that are able to respond. I make space for people who meet honesty with honesty. You do not need everyone. You need spaces where truth can breathe, where your feelings are not mocked, where your questions are not used against you, where you can speak without preparing for punishment. These spaces may be few, but a few honest places can support the heart more deeply than many shallow connections. You are allowed to become selective with your openness. I trust the calm that follows a true decision. A true decision may still be painful. You may cry. You may miss what you left. You may question yourself for a while. But beneath the emotion, there may be a quiet steadiness, a sense that you have returned to your own side, a sense that the struggle has changed. Listen for that calm. It may be small. It may be the first sign that you have stopped fighting your own knowing. I allow the right no to create room for a better yes. Every no creates space. No to exhaustion may create space for rest. No to confusion may create space for clarity. No to disrespect may create space for dignity. No to endless chasing may create space for connection that moves in both directions. You are not closing life out when you say an honest no. You are shaping the place where healthy receiving can happen. I let my choices become an act of care toward my future self. The person you will be tomorrow is affected by what you accept today. Each boundary can become a gift to that future person. Each moment of rest can become support. Each honest decision can make tomorrow lighter. You do not need to control the future, but you can treat your future self with kindness through the choices you make now. I am no longer required to carry what belongs to another person. You may care deeply. You may understand why someone behaves as they do. You may see their fear, pain, or history, but understanding does not make their responsibility yours. You cannot do another person's inner work for them. You cannot love someone into becoming honest. You cannot carry their choices and call that compassion. You may set down what does not belong in your hands. I return responsibility to where it belongs. You can care without taking ownership. You can listen without becoming the answer. You can offer support without becoming the ground beneath another person's whole life. Their feelings belong to them. Their choices belong to them. Their growth belongs to them. You are allowed to let people carry their own part. I receive the energy that returns when I stop carrying everyone. There may be more energy than you realize beneath all the responsibility you have taken on. Energy tied up in worry. Energy tied up in explaining. Energy tied up in watching other people's emotions. Energy tied up in trying to prevent every disappointment. When you return what is not yours, some of that energy can come home. It can support your rest, your creativity, your healing journey, your own life. I let my care include me. You have been included in the lives of others through what you gave. Now include yourself. When you plan, consider your energy. When you decide, consider your peace. When you give, notice whether you are becoming empty. You are not outside the circle of people who deserve your compassion. Your name belongs there too. I choose to receive from places that do not punish me for having needs. A need should not become a reason for shame. You should not have to hide your tiredness to remain loved. You should not have to pretend you understand everything. You should not have to perform happiness so another person feels comfortable. You are allowed to seek spaces where your needs are treated with care, not used as proof that you are difficult. I allow myself to be surprised by healthy love. Perhaps you have known enough disappointment that part of you believes all care will eventually become harm. You do not need to force that part into trust. Let experience teach it. Let steady actions teach it. Let respected boundaries teach it. Let quiet consistency teach it. There may be forms of care you have not known yet. You are allowed to remain open to that possibility. And if a part of you doubts this, let it be here. You do not need to force belief. Doubt is not the enemy. It may be a tired guard. It may be trying to keep you from expecting too much. You can let doubt sit nearby without handing it every decision. You can say, you may stay, but you do not need to close every door. Belief can grow slowly. Safety can be learned through what is real. I do not need complete faith to take one kind step toward myself. You can choose rest while still doubting whether you deserve it. You can accept help while still feeling unsure. You can speak honestly while your voice shakes. You do not need to wait for perfect confidence. One caring action can come before complete belief. Sometimes the action teaches the belief. I become safer to myself each time I honor what I feel. When you listen to your own discomfort, you show yourself that your feelings matter. When you keep a boundary, you show yourself that you will not always abandon your needs. When you rest, you show your body that it does not have to break down to receive care. These moments build trust within you. You become someone your heart can rely on. I remain beside myself when love feels uncertain. You may still have moments of fear. You may wonder whether someone will stay. You may wonder whether you are too much. You may feel the old need to chase reassurance. In those moments, return to yourself. Say, whatever happens, I will not leave my own heart. You cannot control every ending. But you can choose not to abandon yourself inside uncertainty. I am my own steady companion while life unfolds. This does not mean you never need anyone. It means you do not disappear when another person becomes distant. You remain. You care for your body. You speak honestly. You seek support. You remember that your life is larger than one person's response. You remain connected to the part of you that can guide the next step. I let love be a gift, not a measure of my worth. When love comes, receive it. When someone sees you clearly, let that matter. But do not ask their love to create your value. Your worth does not rise when someone chooses you. It does not fall when someone cannot. Love can add beauty. It does not hold the power to decide whether you deserve to exist. I know who I am even when someone else is uncertain. Another person's confusion does not need to become your identity. Their hesitation does not define your beauty. Their distance does not prove you are unlovable. People make choices through their own fears, limits, and needs. You do not need to turn every choice into a statement about your value. You can remain rooted in what you know about yourself. I receive the truth that being chosen begins with choosing myself. Choosing yourself is not rejecting love. It is refusing to lose your own voice while searching for it. It is keeping promises to your body. It is noticing when your peace is being traded for temporary closeness. It is standing beside your needs. It is making your inner life a place where you are not constantly left behind. I choose myself without closing my heart to others. You can belong to yourself and still love deeply. You can protect your peace and still be generous. You can say no and still be kind. Choosing yourself does not make you cold. It gives your love roots. It allows your giving to come from fullness rather than fear. I am ready for care that feels honest, mutual, and calm. You are not asking for a life without disagreement. You are not asking for people who never make mistakes. You are asking for honesty. You are asking for effort that moves in both directions. You are asking for care that does not keep your body in constant fear. This is not too much. It is a healthy desire. I release the belief that I must accept less because I once accepted less. Your past choices do not become lifelong rules. Perhaps you remained too long. Perhaps you ignored signs. Perhaps you accepted words without actions. You do not need to punish yourself. You can learn. You can change. You can let the person you are now make a different choice. Growth gives you permission to stop repeating what you now understand. I allow my standards to grow with my self-respect. What once felt normal may no longer feel acceptable. This is not failure. It is awareness. You may notice things sooner. You may become less willing to live in confusion. You may need more honesty, more peace, and more care. Let your standards become a reflection of how deeply you have begun to value your own life. I do not need to explain every boundary to make it valid. Some boundaries need conversation. Others may be simple decisions within you. You may reduce access. You may stop responding to what repeatedly harms your peace. You may leave without giving one more perfect speech. Your boundary is not made real by another person's agreement. It becomes real through the action you choose. I permit myself to receive love in ways that feel safe to my whole being. Not only love that sounds beautiful, love that feels safe in your mind, safe in your body, safe in the way your voice is treated, safe in the way your time is respected. You are allowed to care about how love feels after the words have ended. Your whole being deserves consideration. I receive the freedom to move slowly. You do not have to rush intimacy. You do not have to offer trust before trust has grown. You do not have to make a decision because someone else is impatient. What is respectful can often move at a human pace. Let time reveal what excitement cannot. Let behavior become clear. Let your heart remain close to you while connection grows. I am allowed to experience love without turning it into fear. Love may wake old memories. Let them rise without deciding the future. A caring moment now is not the same moment that hurt you before. You can notice similarities and differences. You can stay awake without staying afraid. You can let the present reveal itself as the present. My past can inform me without controlling every new beginning. You learned something from what happened. You may have learned to ask questions, to notice patterns, to value consistency. Keep the wisdom. You do not need to keep every fear. The past can become information rather than a prison. I allow new experiences to introduce themselves before I name them. You do not need to decide immediately whether something will save you or hurt you. Let it be what it is today: a conversation, an offer, a connection, a moment of support. You can observe. You can remain curious. You can give reality time to become clear. I receive the courage to stay present with goodness. It can take courage to remain when something feels healthy. Old patterns may tell you to run. They may tell you that calm is boring. They may create a reason to reject what does not activate fear. Stay long enough to notice what steadiness gives your body. Stay long enough to discover that peace can have depth too. I am ready to stop confusing struggle with destiny. Something is not meant for you simply because it is hard to release. Pain does not prove a sacred connection. Longing does not guarantee that a person belongs in your future. Sometimes the deepest act of love is accepting what something has shown you. You can honor the feeling without building your life around the struggle. I let what is truly mine meet me without requiring my self-abandonment. What belongs in your life should not demand that you betray everything you know. It may ask for courage. It may ask for patience. It may ask for honest effort. But it should not require you to erase your voice. You can receive while remaining whole. You can love while remaining rooted. You can be chosen without leaving yourself behind. Nothing arriving today creates your worth. Nothing leaving tomorrow can remove it. What is good in you was never waiting for outside permission. Let that truth reach the deepest place. Nothing arriving creates your worth. Nothing leaving can take your worth away. You were valuable before anyone saw you. You remain valuable when someone cannot. You will remain valuable through every season of change. This is the place where your heart can rest, not in the promise that nothing will ever leave, in the truth that you will still belong to yourself. You will still have a voice. You will still be worthy of care. You will still be able to receive life in new forms. You are not held together by another person's choice. You are not made whole by being selected. You are whole while learning, whole while grieving, whole while resting, whole while opening. Your life is not waiting to begin when someone finally recognizes you. It is here. It is breathing now. It is asking you to receive yourself fully. Let the strongest affirmation become a quiet knowing within you. I will not abandon myself to be loved. I will not trade my peace for temporary closeness. I will not become smaller so another person can remain comfortable. I can love and still remain mine. I can receive and still remain whole. I can open and still remain wise. You have always deserved a love that meets you without asking you to disappear. And before any other love arrives, you can begin offering that loyalty to yourself. You can remain. You can listen. You can protect. You can comfort. You can choose yourself without closing the door to life. That is not the end of love. It is the beginning of receiving love from a place where you are no longer begging to be completed. You are already here. You are already whole. And now you can let what is honest come closer. Let the intensity begin to soften now. You do not need to hold every truth at once. Some words may have reached a deep place. Others may have passed quietly beside you. Nothing has been lost. Your heart receives in its own way. Imagine a soft blanket being made around you, not from heavy cloth, but from small permissions. One permission at a time. Permission to stop explaining. Permission to let your needs matter. Permission to enjoy a peaceful hour. Permission to receive a kind word. Permission to leave what repeatedly empties you. Each permission becomes one gentle thread. No single thread must carry everything. Together, they create warmth. Together, they create a place where your body no longer needs to remain completely guarded. You do not have to wrap yourself in every permission tonight. Let one settle over you. The permission to stop proving. Feel how light that thread is. It does not demand change. It simply says that your existence is not an argument you must keep winning. Another thread may be the permission to receive help without shame. It rests near the first. You are still capable. You are still independent. But your strength is no longer required to stand outside every form of care. Another thread may be the permission to let good experiences become real. Not perfect, not permanent, real. You are allowed to admit that something helped. You are allowed to notice that something has become easier. You are allowed to keep a peaceful memory without questioning it. This simple affirmation practice changes how you receive because it changes the place from which you meet life. You are not forcing life to give you everything. You are becoming less likely to push away what is already healthy. You notice the compliment. You notice the offer. You notice the need for rest. You notice when calm is present. You notice when someone respects your limit. The practice is simple, but the change may be deep. You begin to stop treating care like danger. You begin to stop treating rest like failure. You begin to stop treating joy like a warning. The blanket becomes warmer. A thread of self-respect joins it. This thread says, you may receive without accepting everything. It says, you may be open and selective. It says, your no is part of your ability to receive. Without a clear no, every yes can become tired. With a clear no, your yes becomes honest. You can let that thread rest across your shoulders. There is another image here. Imagine a quiet house with many windows during a gentle evening rain. You do not need to open every window. You do not need to let the rain enter every room. You may open one window slightly and listen. You may feel cool air move through the space. You remain inside your home. You remain protected. You decide how much enters. Your heart can receive this way. It does not have to become exposed to everything. It can open where the conditions feel safe. It can close where the weather becomes harmful. It can listen before deciding. Openness is not losing your walls. It is knowing which window can open. You are the keeper of your inner home. You decide who enters. You decide which words remain. You decide what behavior is welcome. You decide when the room needs quiet. Receiving does not remove this power. It returns it to you. Let your breathing remain natural as you imagine this inner home. Nothing needs to be opened further. Nothing needs to be repaired tonight. You are simply noticing that the house belongs to you. The rooms are yours. The silence is yours. The doors are yours. You may welcome care without giving someone every key. You may receive warmth without giving away the whole house. This is healthy receiving. It has shape. It has wisdom. It has room to breathe. A softer truth now. You may let appreciation land without making it your identity. A compliment can be received and then allowed to rest. You do not need to become perfect enough to keep deserving it. Someone saw something good. Let their words be true for the moment they described. You may let help arrive without turning your gratitude into obligation. Someone offered. You accepted. You remain free. You may let rest enter before every task is complete. Rest does not ask whether the list has ended. It asks whether you are tired. You may let joy visit while questions remain. Joy is not proof that every problem is gone. It is one living part of a full life. You may let your body feel safe in a calm moment. Safety does not need to mean that nothing difficult will ever happen. It can mean that nothing is harming you right now. Let that be enough. Your blanket gains another thread, the permission to stop expecting punishment after peace. You have known enough moments when calm was interrupted, but not every calm moment is waiting to betray you. Sometimes peace ends because the day changes. Sometimes a sound comes, a task returns. Morning arrives. That does not mean peace was false. It means peace had a beginning and an ending, as moments do. You can receive it fully while it is present. Another thread, the permission to be cared for without becoming smaller. You do not need to lower your voice. You do not need to act helpless. You do not need to become endlessly grateful for basic respect. Care can meet you as an equal. It can honor your strength and your needs. You may let that become a standard within you. Another thread, the permission to let people reveal what they are willing to give. You do not need to fill every silence. You do not need to carry every connection. Step back gently. Notice what moves toward you. Notice who remembers. Notice who repairs. Notice who responds when you stop doing all the work. This observation is not a game. It is a way of seeing reality more clearly. You deserve to know where care actually lives. Let that truth settle. You deserve to know where care actually lives, not where you hope it might live one day, not where someone says it lives, where actions show that it lives. This clarity can feel painful. It can also free you. You stop watering painted flowers and wondering why they never grow. That is another new image for your heart. A painted flower may look beautiful. It may have perfect color, but it cannot take in water. It cannot open in the sun. It cannot grow roots. Some promises are like painted flowers. They look like care, but they do not respond to your love. You do not need to keep pouring your energy there. Save your water for what is alive. Save your care for what can receive it. Save part of that care for your own roots. You are not becoming hard. You are becoming wise with what keeps you alive. Let the blanket grow warmer, the thread of wise giving, the thread of honest receiving, the thread of rest before exhaustion, the thread of love without self-erasure, the thread of joy without fear, the thread of boundaries without guilt, the thread of peace without apology. You do not need to memorize them. Let the feeling become more important than the words, a feeling of having space, a feeling of being allowed, a feeling of no longer standing outside your own care. There may be one permission your heart needs more than the others. What is it? Do you need permission to stop waiting? Permission to ask? Permission to rest? Permission to believe what someone's actions have shown? Permission to enjoy something before it becomes perfect? Permission to let someone help? Permission to stop returning to a place where you keep becoming smaller? Let the question remain gentle. You do not need to answer aloud. You may know. You may not. The answer can arrive later. Receiving includes allowing answers to take their time. You do not need to pull wisdom from yourself before it is ready. You can sit near the question. You can let it breathe. There is another quiet permission. You may change. You may want something different now. You may no longer fit the role you once accepted. You may need more space than you needed before. You may need less noise, more honesty, more rest, more connection that feels clear. Change does not make your earlier self wrong. That version of you made choices with the understanding and strength available then. Honor that person and allow yourself to choose from what you know now. You may receive a new life by releasing an old agreement. The agreement to always be available. The agreement to remain quiet. The agreement to accept confusion. The agreement to carry what belongs to everyone else. Those agreements may never have been spoken, but you have lived inside them. You are allowed to step out. You may create new agreements. I will listen to myself before saying yes. I will not call exhaustion love. I will let actions carry more weight than promises. I will make space for support. I will protect the peace I have worked to build. These are not demands for perfection. They are gentle directions. You may forget. You may return to old habits. Then you notice, and noticing gives you a new choice. The blanket does not disappear because one thread becomes loose. You can weave it back in. You can return to yourself. You can begin from the place where you are. There is no shame in returning. Receiving is not a straight road. Some days it feels natural. Other days, a kind word may still make you uncomfortable. Help may still feel hard to accept. Rest may still bring guilt. Let those days belong too. You are not failing. Your heart is learning through practice. Each time you receive without shrinking, something changes. Each time you rest before collapse, something changes. Each time you keep your boundary while accepting care, something changes. Each time you let a good moment remain real, something changes. The change may be quiet, but quiet change can shape a life. A shoreline is shaped by water that arrives softly many times. It is not always one great wave. Small movements leave a mark. Your choices can shape you this way. A sincere thank you instead of refusing praise. A request instead of silent exhaustion. A peaceful night without planning every future problem. A no that protects your energy. A yes that comes from truth. These small movements teach your heart a new shape. You become a person who can receive without disappearing. A person who can rest without apology. A person who can be loved without performing. A person who can choose peace without waiting for everyone to understand. Let your breath move gently through that possibility. You do not have to become that person all at once. Some part of you already is. It is the part that stayed with these words. The part that wanted a softer way. The part that is tired of proving. The part that knows you deserve more than survival. Let that part be heard. It does not need to shout. Its quiet voice may be the truest one within you. It may say, I am ready to live differently, not perfectly, differently, with more space, more honesty, more balance, more care moving toward you. Let the blanket of small permissions settle around your whole being. The permission to need, the permission to receive, the permission to remain wise, the permission to be soft, the permission to stop, the permission to choose again. You do not need to hold the blanket in place. It rests because it fits the shape of your life. It is made from truths that belong to you. You are not asking for too much by wanting care. You are not weak for wanting rest. You are not selfish for including yourself. You are not foolish for remaining open to healthy love. You are not difficult because your boundaries have become clearer. You are growing into a way of receiving that does not require fear. This does not mean every day will feel easy. It means you have somewhere to return. A simple practice. A few honest words. A breath that reminds you that you can receive. A body supported beneath you. A heart that no longer needs to open for everyone. A life where your needs have a place. Let the energy become lower now. There is no need to reach for another emotional peak. You have touched enough truth. Let it settle. Let it become part of the quiet. You are allowed to stop thinking about what it means. The words can move beneath thought. They can become a soft sense of permission. You may receive this night. You may receive the support beneath you. You may receive the fact that you do not have to earn your place in this moment. The blanket is warm. The house within you is quiet. One window is open only enough for gentle air. Nothing is entering without your permission. Nothing is being demanded. You are here. You remain yours. And you can begin moving more deeply toward rest. Let your attention become very soft now. You do not need to hold the meaning of every sentence. The words can move past you like quiet air. Your body may listen in its own way. Feel the place where your feet are resting. You do not need to move them. Notice their weight. Notice how they no longer need to carry you forward. Your feet have completed their work for this moment. They may become heavy. They may feel warm. They may feel far away. Whatever you notice is enough. I allow my feet to be free from every path tonight. There is nowhere they need to take you. No road needs to be understood. No direction needs to become clear. Your feet can be still while life remains unfinished. Let the quiet move gently into your ankles. The small muscles there do not need to prepare for movement. They can loosen in their own time. You are not forcing relaxation. You are offering permission. Your lower legs can become heavier. The muscles can stop holding the day. The day is over enough for this moment. Your body does not need to carry what your mind is trying to solve. I give my legs permission to become deeply still. Feel the support beneath them. You do not need to lift them away. You do not need to keep them ready. Let gravity receive their weight. Let the bed, chair, or surface beneath you do what it is already doing. Let your knees soften. They have bent for you, held you, helped you rise and move. Now they do not need to hold anything. They can rest without being useful. You can rest without being useful too. I let stillness move through me without resistance. The stillness does not need to reach every part at once. It may begin in one small area, a foot, a hand, the space behind your eyes. Let that small area be enough. Feel your thighs becoming quiet. The large muscles no longer need to carry your weight. Let them become heavy. Let them rest fully upon what is beneath them. Your whole lower body can begin to feel distant from the day. The places you walked are no longer here. The rooms you entered are no longer asking anything from you. The work of movement has ended. I let the journey of today leave my body. You do not need to replay each step. You do not need to decide whether you did enough. The body has arrived here. That is what matters now. Let your hips become loose. There may be tension there. There may be nothing you can clearly feel. Both are welcome. You do not need to search. Simply let the hips know they are supported. Let the lower back receive more of the surface beneath it. Perhaps it has been holding you upright for many hours. Perhaps it carried stress without your notice. Now it can release only what it is ready to release. No force, no demand. I allow support to reach the deepest tired places in me. You do not need to know where those places are. The body knows. Support may reach them through stillness, through warmth, through the absence of another task. Let the stomach become less guarded. It does not need to hold tomorrow. It does not need to prepare for a conversation. It does not need to tighten around uncertainty. Let your natural being retouch this area. Air enters. The body moves. Air leaves. Nothing is counted. Nothing is controlled. I let my breath remind my body that this moment is calm. The breath may be deep. It may be light. It may change from one moment to the next. You do not need to improve it. Receive the breath that comes. Release the breath that leaves. Your body already understands this rhythm. Receive. Release. Rest. Let your chest become quiet around the breath. Your heart continues its gentle work. You do not need to listen closely. You do not need to manage it. You may simply know that life is moving within you. This moment does not require effort. I allow my chest to open only as much as feels safe. There is no need for a great opening. A small softening is enough. A little more room is enough. Your body may remain careful. Let it. Carefulness can rest beside peace. Your upper back can begin to feel supported. The places between your shoulders may have held invisible weight. Other people's needs, unspoken thoughts, old responsibility. Let the support beneath you meet that weight. You do not have to name every burden before you set it down. I give back the weight that does not belong in my body tonight. You may return to responsibilities later. But they do not need to sleep inside your muscles. Let them remain outside your body. Let your shoulders drop only as far as they wish. No pressure. No correction. They may become a little lower, a little heavier, a little less ready. Let your arms rest. They do not need to hold anyone. They do not need to reach. They do not need to protect you from this quiet moment. I permit my arms to receive complete stillness. Feel the upper arms, the elbows, the lower arms. Each part can become heavy in its own way. Let the weight flow toward the surface beneath you. Your hands may be open or closed. There is no need to change them. Notice the palms. Notice the fingers. These hands have given so much. Now they receive nothing but rest. I let my hands remain empty and peaceful. An empty hand does not mean something is missing. It means nothing needs to be carried. Your fingers can become loose. They do not need to write, answer, hold, or fix. Everything can wait. Let the neck become softer. It does not need to turn toward every sound. It does not need to hold your attention upright. Let your head be carried. Feel the weight of it. You do not need to support it alone. I allow my head to be fully held. Your jaw may still be holding words, words you spoke, words you stopped yourself from speaking, words you wish someone had said. You do not need to release them through thought. Let the jaw rest. Let the teeth be apart if that feels natural. Let the tongue become quiet. There is nothing to explain, nothing to defend, nothing to answer. I release the need to prepare another response. The conversation is not happening now. The person is not here. The question can wait. The answer can wait. Your mouth can rest in silence. Let your cheeks become soft. Let the space around your nose remain calm. Air continues to enter. Air continues to leave. You do not have to invite it. You do not have to send it away. The breath knows. I receive each breath as a quiet form of support. Let the space around your eyes become heavy. Your eyes have searched enough. They have watched for changes. Read expressions, looked for signs, tried to understand. Now they do not need to find anything. Darkness can hold what is unseen. You do not need to see the next step tonight. I give my eyes permission to stop searching. Let the eyelids rest. Let the small muscles around them become quiet. Thoughts may continue behind the eyes. They can move without your attention. You do not need to follow them. One thought may appear. It may begin a story. Let the story continue without you. You remain here, softer, heavier, safer. Let your forehead become smooth where it can. Any remaining tension is allowed to stay. You do not need perfect relaxation. You need only enough permission to stop fighting yourself. I let my mind become less responsible for everything. Your mind has tried to help. It has searched for solutions. It has created possible futures. It has replayed the past. Thank it quietly. Then let it know that no more work is needed right now. The night can continue without a plan. The future can remain outside the room. I allow unfinished thoughts to remain unfinished. A thought does not need an ending before you rest. A problem does not need a solution before your body becomes heavy. You can return later. You may remember differently after sleep. You may receive a clearer view after the mind has been quiet. For now, unfinished is allowed. Feel the whole face resting. Feel the head being carried. Feel the neck becoming still. Feel the shoulders supported, the arms quiet, the hands empty, the chest breathing, the stomach softer, the lower back held, the legs heavy, the feet still. Your whole body is allowed to receive the night. I let the night meet me without asking anything in return. You do not need to become more spiritual. You do not need to understand every affirmation. You do not need to remember the words. Let the night receive you as you are. Tired, thoughtful, quiet, still learning. You are drifting now. Not because you are being forced, because you no longer need to hold yourself so tightly. Deeper into the support beneath you. Softer around the edges of thought. Safe enough to let the day become distant. I give myself permission to disappear from responsibility for a while. The world will continue. Other people will continue. Messages will remain where they are. Tasks will wait. You are allowed to become unavailable to duty while you rest. This is not neglect. It is renewal. I allow sleep to approach without chasing it. Sleep may come close. It may remain at the edge for a while. You do not need to reach. The more you stop trying, the more room there may be. Let wakefulness be quiet if it remains. Rest is already happening. Your body is still. Your eyes are closed or becoming heavy. Your breathing is natural. You are receiving something even before sleep arrives. I let my body choose its own path toward rest. Your body may become heavy from the feet upward, or quiet from the head downward. It may relax in small places. There is no correct order. Let the body lead. You are listening. You are allowing. You are becoming less involved. I am safe enough to be still with myself. You do not need distraction. You do not need to run from your own quiet. If an emotion moves through, let it pass gently. You do not need to hold it. You do not need to understand it. The emotion can rise and move away like warmth leaving the skin. I released today without deciding whether it was good enough. The day happened. You lived it. Some parts were difficult. Some parts were ordinary. Some parts may have brought comfort. You do not need to judge the whole day now. Let it close without a final report. You may set it down. I allow tomorrow to arrive without my supervision. Morning does not need you to watch for it. It knows how to come. The hours know how to move. The sky will change without your effort. You can sleep while time carries itself. You do not need to guide the night. I receive the comfort of not knowing everything tonight. There are questions without answers. Let them remain open. Not knowing does not need to become danger. It can become space. A space where life may still surprise you. A space where new information may arrive. a space where you are no longer forcing one fearful answer. I let my dreams belong to the quiet part of me. You do not need to control what comes in sleep. The mind may create images, memories, strange places, or nothing you remember. Let sleep be private. Let the deeper part of you rest in its own way. I give my body the time it asks for. There is no need to hurry toward morning. No need to wake before you need to. No need to solve while you sleep. Let time become wide. Let the night have room. Let your body receive as much rest as it can. I am allowed to wake without carrying every weight from yesterday. Some weight may remain, but it does not all need to return. You may wake with a little more space, a little more choice, a little less pressure. You do not need to guarantee it. Simply allow the possibility. I rest inside my own care. Your care is here. It is in the choice to stop, the choice to listen, the choice to let your body be supported. You are not waiting for someone else to give you permission. You are giving yourself a place to rest. This care is real. You are drifting now, deeper, softer, safe. The words may become distant. Let them. You do not need to hold them. Let your body become me, the listener. Let the mind move away. The feet are still. The legs are heavy. The body is supported. The hands are empty. The jaw is quiet. The eyes are resting. The breath comes. The breath leaves. You are drifting now, deeper into stillness, softer around every unfinished thought, safe within this moment. Nothing is chasing you here. Nothing is asking you to perform. Nothing is measuring how well you rest. You are allowed to disappear gently into sleep. I receive rest without needing to know when it begins. There may be no clear line. One moment you hear the words. The next moment they become part of a dream. You do not need to notice. Let the change happen without your attention. Sleep can take your hand without waking the part of you that wants control. You are drifting now. The night is carrying you. The surface beneath you remains steady. Your body knows enough. Your heart has heard enough. Your mind has done enough. Let yourself move farther from effort, farther from the day, farther from every need to prove. You are safe here. You are supported here. You may rest now. Nothing more needs to be earned tonight. Not rest, not peace, not love. Not your place in this quiet moment. You have arrived without needing to prove anything. Let the words move slowly around you. Rest is allowed to find you. You do not need to become worthy of it. You do not need to complete one more thought. You do not need to finish the day perfectly. You may receive rest as you are. Your body may become heavier. Your mind may become less clear. This is welcome. There is no reason to stay near every word. You may drift. You may listen. You may sleep. The quiet remains available. You are not responsible for holding the night together. Time is moving without your effort. The room is resting around you. The world is carrying its own weight. You may release your part for now. Support is allowed to reach you. It may reach you as stillness, as sleep, as the surface beneath your body, as the simple truth that no one needs anything from you in this moment. You do not need to search for greater support. Receive what is already here. Your worth remains while you sleep. It does not depend on being seen. It does not depend on being praised. It does not depend on how useful you were today. Your worth is quiet. It rests with you. It asks for no performance. You remain valuable in complete stillness. Nothing leaves your worth when your eyes close. Nothing is lost when your hands become empty. You are allowed to exist without giving. You are allowed to receive without repayment. Your heart may rest inside that truth. You may let care come close without becoming afraid. Care can be simple. A quiet voice, a place to lie down, a night where no answer is required. Let this simple care be enough. You do not need a great sign. You do not need a dramatic change. You may receive what is gentle. Your boundaries remain in while you rest. You do not become unprotected in sleep. Your inner home remains yours. The doors are yours. The windows are yours. Your voice is still yours. You can soften without losing yourself. You can rest without surrendering your wisdom. Peace is allowed to exist before every problem is solved. Some questions remain. Let them remain. Some responsibilities wait. Let them wait. Peace does not need the whole world to become perfect. It needs only this small space, this quiet breath, this supported body. You may let that be enough. You do not need to prepare for loss while receiving comfort. Comfort is here now. Let it be here. Do not ask it about tomorrow. Do not make it prove itself. Feel only what this moment offers. A little stillness, a little warmth, a little distance from the day. You can receive this without fear. You are allowed to remain whole while love reaches you. No love needs to complete you tonight. No person needs to define your value. You already belong within your own life. You may be held by care and still remain yours. You may be loved and still remain free. You may open and still remain rooted. Your heart does not need to stand guard over every future moment. It may rest. It may become quiet. It may stop preparing. Tomorrow will bring its own information. Tonight brings only stillness. Let your heart receive the stillness that belongs to tonight. You can release what belongs to other people. Their feelings are not sleeping in your body. Their choices do not need to live in your shoulders. Their future is not held in your hands. Let each life return to its own place. Let your energy return to you. Let it become quiet. Let it become whole. You may care for yourself without apology. This care may look like sleep. It may look like silence. It may look like allowing these words to continue while your mind moves far away. Care does not need to be complicated. You are already inside it. You have stopped. You are listening. You are allowing rest. Let that be enough. The simple affirmation practice changes how you receive by helping you stop arguing with what is gentle. You do not argue with the bed for carrying you. You do not argue with the breath for arriving. You do not argue with the night for becoming quiet. Let support become simple. Let receiving become natural. Let sleep become something that approaches you without effort. You do not need to chase. You do not need to force. You do not need to repeat anything. The meaning can rest within you without words. You are supported. You are worthy in stillness. You may receive what is kind. You remain yours. You are allowed to sleep. Let these truths return in softer forms. The ground beneath your life does not need you to become lighter. It can carry you as you are. The quiet around you does not need you to become perfect. It can hold you as you are. The night does not need you to finish everything. It can receive you unfinished. Your body may rest as it is. Your heart may be tender as it is. Your mind may be uncertain as it is. Nothing needs to be repaired before peace comes closer. You are enough for this moment, not because you achieved something, not because another person chose you, not because you finally learned the right words. You are enough because your life carries value before every action. Let that value remain quiet. It does not need to announce itself. It does not need to be defended. It can sleep. You may let your whole being become softer, softer in the face, softer in the shoulders, softer around the heart, softer around every thought that tried to keep you safe. The thoughts may rest too. They have worked enough. They do not need to protect you from the night. You are safe enough for stillness, safe enough for a quiet breath, safe enough to let the words become distant, safe enough to stop watching. You are drifting. The mind moves farther away. The body feels heavier. The night becomes wider. You remain held within it. There is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to become, no one you need to convince. You may remain here until sleep carries you beyond the sound of these words. And if you are still awake, you are not doing anything wrong. Wakefulness can rest too. You do not need to become frustrated. You do not need to check whether sleep is near. Let yourself lie quietly. Let the body receive stillness even before sleep. Rest is already happening. Your eyes are no longer searching. Your hands are no longer working. Your legs are no longer moving. Your mind is no longer required to solve. This is rest. Receive it. You may return to these words whenever your heart needs a place where nothing must be proved. You may let the message feel familiar. Not because the same sentences must be repeated, but because the truth remains gentle. You are worthy before you give. You are whole before you are chosen. You are allowed to receive before you are empty. You may rest before every task is complete. Let each truth become quieter than the last. Worthy before giving, whole before being chosen, allowed to receive, allowed to rest. The words may fade, the feeling may remain, a feeling of being held, a feeling of having permission, a feeling that your life belongs to you, a feeling that something gentle can reach you without asking you to disappear. Which line touched your heart the most? You can share it in the comments when you are awake and ready. There is no need to remember it now. What matters will return. Let the question leave. Let the quiet return. If these words helped you, you are welcome to join this space. There is no need to move now. No need to reach for anything. The invitation can wait for another time. This moment is only for rest. Return to the body. Heavy, quiet, supported. Return to the breath. Easy, natural, unforced. Return to the night. Wide, still, be patient. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not required to solve your life before sleeping. The day can close gently. The future can wait outside. Your past can become distant. Only this moment remains. The support beneath you, the air around you, the quiet within you. You may receive the night. You may receive rest. You may receive yourself with tenderness. Nothing more needs to be earned. Nothing more needs to be proven. Nothing more needs to be carried. Let your heart become quiet. Let your body become heavy. Let your thoughts move farther away. The night knows how to hold what you set down. And you may sleep now, held by the gentle truth that you never had to become empty before you were worthy of being filled with peace. The day is complete enough. Your work is complete enough. You are complete enough for this moment. Let every unfinished thing remain outside your rest. Let every question become quiet. Let every weight find the ground. You do not need to carry anything farther tonight. You have given. You have tried. You have continued. Now receive. Receive the support beneath you. Receive the silence around you. Receive the breath moving through you. Receive the permission to stop. You are safe here. You are loved without performance. You are worthy without effort. You are held without needing to become smaller. Nothing is asking you to prove your place. Let sleep come near in its own time. Let peace settle where effort used to live. Let the night cover you softly until every part of you remembers that receiving can be as simple as no longer pushing comfort away. Rest now. The night is holding what you no longer need to hold.